Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Aizawa's Secret Student? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was an odd child. Never one for the night light or door open as he slept. Never one for the bright rays and cloudless skies of summer days. He always loved the darkness. He would wrap himself with endless blankets adorned with heroes and smother himself in the embrace of shadows, the only brightness coming from his smile. With his bright green doe eyes and that warm welcoming smile, he was once beloved in their small apartment complex. Just him and his mother against the world. The brash Bakugos by their side. Ruffled curls and kisses on the cheek were all Izuku needed back then to know he was okay, he would be fine. He hasn't felt her love since the appointment. She was busy, Izuku would tell himself, trying his hardest to rationalize it with his infant mind. She was busy and that's why Mama made lunch for herself and not me. I'll just wait. It took him 3 weeks before he realized he would have to start making his own meals. And somehow he thought it was good. His mother trusted him to use the stove so young, to clean his cuts so young, so keep his lies hidden away so young. She trusts me, he would say every night as he fell asleep waiting for her to return from work. The dark was safe to him. It hid away all the strange looks tossed at him, the pitying glances, the never-ending reminders. Worthless. The dark never judged. It never spoke back. It never clawed at him with barbed-tipped wings or spark his skin alight. It never broke promises. Not like his friends. Not like Kak. Not like Bakugo. The dark was just always there. And it never turned its back on him when he spoke like she did. Conversations were stilted and bare, never going more than a few sentences. After his 5th birthday, Izuku had realized things weren't happening for his benefit. Not when he was told there was no money for birthday presents, but he easily spotted the new dresses his mother had bought. Not when the cupboards became padlocked and his notebooks restricted. Their modest apartment was in the wrong side of town and rent was cheap. It was apparent in the way the wooden floors creaked loudly underfoot, in the mildew developing in corner of the walls. To Izuku it was his home, his one safe sanctuary despite the monster festering a door down from him. To Inko the flat was a reminder of every time she had been denied, spat at, insulted, for the boy she birthed and loathed. She saw every flaw in the downtrodden rotting apartment, and all of it was at the fault of the sneering brat resting in his bed. This if for the best, she told herself. She ignored the beaming grins of the heroes around her, posters plastered across each wall. The one reminder she let him have, of the thing he could never hope to have been. The worthless brat had taken everything from her and given nothing. Every ounce of her beauty, her youth, was stolen out from under her by the selfish fiend. Sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. Selfishly unaware of how lucky he was. Didn't he understand how terrible Inko's life had been? How much he ruined her? 10 years of her life lost to the null lying before her. She couldn't care less for the cuts and starburst wounds littering the small boy's pale skin. Inko knew he deserved it. A worthless null shouldn't antagonize the other children. Oh, how she wished he could have been more like other children, like Mitsuki's wonderful child. That boy did such a good job keeping her worthless brat in place, with his beautiful explosions. Inko sighed softly, a small smile playing on her lips as she imagined it. Her hands carefully brandished the blade, imagining the life she could have had Katsuki been hers instead of the null. She was content, picturing him be the son she always wanted. Mama? The smile never left her lips as she lifted the blade. 4 years later. Shoyuta Aizawa sighed deeply and sipped heavily from his mug, mentally melting at the elixir and praising every being above for the delicacy he was drinking. But to every person he passed, it was simply his usual scowl paired with dry bloodshot eyes. Someone's in a good mood. Almost every person, he groaned. Hey Zashi. New blend? The voice hero asked, peeking over Shuta's shoulder to snatch the mug. Before his fingers could even brush against the rim, they were ensnared in overlapping binds of the capture weapon. Not fazed in the slightest, Hisashi peeked over his sunglasses and winked at Shoyuta before leaning in and murmuring, "Careful, Sho, don't want you students seeing you tie me up." He refused to admit he was blushing, preferring to storm off with his face buried in his capture scarf and ignoring the protesting cries of his husband as the man now dangled from the rafters of the unreasonably high UA hall ceiling. Thank God he had a spare capture weapon in the staff room. The new semester was starting and thankfully, he had enough time to grab his capture scarf, a coffee, and even slip into his sleeping bag before the students arrived. Shoyuta knew it was like trying to catch gold dust bare-handed, but he hoped there were some potential students this year. The year before had been disastrous, not a single ounce of potential among any of them. They had been gone within the day. Shoyuta wouldn't stand around and march children off into their deaths. Not if they thought heroics was about smiling for the camera and picking up the check. There had been too many times hero hopefuls had their ambitions crushed under his fist. But the very few that lasted the time under his tutelage, well, he can proudly say they are true heroes to him. Before his pondering could drag on any further, Shoyuta looked up and grinned at just who he was on his way to see. And thankfully they already had his sleeping bag in one hand and a spare capture scarf in the other. "Perfect. You okay to wait here until it's time?" Shoyuta asked and only wrapped the scarf over his shoulders when the person nodded. Shimmying into his sleeping bag, Shoyuta schooled his expression and carefully carried out the ever-graceful, ever-practiced, caterpillar crawl toward the Class 1A door. His eyes glanced over the classroom and he immediately sighed at the lack of attention, or at least awareness of his existence. He easily spotted a girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, making no move whatsoever to use an apparent sound-based quirk to sense him. Conversations between students continued endlessly and his restraint finally snapped when he heard the word. Friends. Shoyuta had friends. He had many friends. Matter what some people thought. He had a loving husband and amazing family. But he wouldn't allow them to bond now, no. Not the first day. He would not have them become close, only for their dreams to be crushed in front of each other. No promises could be broken and no relationship ruined by a quirk if one never existed to begin with. The other teachers knew he was overly harsh the first day. It was Shuta's rite of passage. But it was not just for potential. As an underground hero, you know people more than people know themselves. And in the high-stress environment of the first day at UA, people would be too nervous, anxious, and excited to mind their behavior. It was his job to weed out any discrimination, any blatant hatred. Nip it in the bud before it can fester. Seems like it was time to get to work. "If you're here to make friends, then leave," he drawled tiredly, instantly earning the attention of the entire classroom as he emerged from his sleeping bag, a jelly pouch clenched between his teeth. "It took all of you 15 seconds to quiet down. Unacceptable. I am Aizawa Shoyuta, or Pro Hero Eraserhead, and I am the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. He waited approximately 2 seconds before flashing his quirk and the class fell silent under the weight of his glare and floating scarf. He reached into his sleeping bag and tossed a pile of gym uniforms onto the desk. "In a minute, you will grab one of these and meet me at exercise grounds. But first I have an announcement." "Aizawa-sensei," a boy said with his hand raised and body rigidly straight. "Oh God, it's a smaller tensei. Does this have to do with the desk beside yours? It is unlike any other classroom layout I have passed today." "Correct. And next time wait to be called on Ida," Shoyuta groaned, internally smirking at the way the boy crumpled. Was it petty to feel this way about a teenager? Maybe. But this was Tenya Ida, the epitome of stuck in the mud. It was part of his job as their teacher to fix that. The seat belongs to another student. The class looked around at each other curiously, the pained way in which he delivered the word worrying them. He technically has no need to be here. He has been learning from pro heroes for the last 4 years and is already training for his provisional license exam in a week or so. Unfortunately, the Hero Commission decided he was undertrained in a few aspects, including socialization and teamwork. Which makes sense considering he has not been part of a class for the last 4 years. Shoyuta reluctantly nodded at Ida's raised hand. "A private student then, sir? Will our senpai be a teaching instructor?" The man couldn't help the smirk pulling at his lips, A sadistic baring of the teeth to the class. Yes, he is a private student and will be helping me assist the class. But no, he is not your senpai. In fact, he is the same age as all of you. Everyone please welcome, Izuku Yamazawa. A boy with a messy mop of green curls and freckles smattered across his cheeks walked in with a sharp yet bright grin, all teeth and too kind. Nice to meet you all. Shota was tired. That was nothing new, of course. The bone-ache fatigue has been set in since that day all those years ago. When friendly cheers becoming barbs that cut his soul, all for a quirk he had no choice over. In a world where power defined your standing, no one liked the person who could snatch it away from you. He learnt that firsthand when his own parents had locked the door in his face and thrown his belongings out the window, when his teachers refused to meet his gaze and treat the next in an endless onslaught of injuries from his peers. He proved them wrong though. Granted, the initial exam he did as a teenager had landed him squarely within Gen Ed, but when the sports festival arrived, Shoyuta had shown not just the staff, but the world, that he could do it. That he would be a hero, no matter how many people spat insults at him. And he had done it. He had become a hero, had found his family despite the first one leaving him. And he found his matching piece. The one who completed him, in all his sunshine glory and ever-booming voice. Hisashi's consistent pestering since the day Shoyuta had been transferred should have been enough to inform him, but Shoyuta was nothing if not stubborn and set in his ways when he was young. Being a hero was all that mattered, not making friends. No matter how bright their smile was, or how his eyes crinkled whenever he laughed that stupid, irritatingly infectious laugh that sparked something in Shota's soul. Needless to say, it took Shoyuta an alarming amount of time before he realized, and when he did, he locked that boy down. Grabbing Hisashi by the shoulders and saying "You're mine now" before making out in the middle of the UA cafeteria may not have been the best idea, but they were teenagers and now they were married. Things were good. All of that aside, Shoyuta was still tired. Patrol had been monotony defined. A few purse snatchers and 2 break-ins. The only thing to note was the mildly energy-draining takedown of a pair of drunk idiots who thought an alley was a good place to hash out their dispute. Thankfully, a call to Tsukachi had them in a patrol car before the clock hit 2, which meant he could slink home and catch an hour or 2 of sleep with Hisashi before getting up to grade papers. But every plan for relaxation and comfort flew out the window when the most earth-shatteringly important sound graced his ears. The soft meow. Shota's head whipped around at a lightning speed and locked eyes with what was without a doubt the weirdest cat or animal he had ever seen. And that was saying something considering he had almost daily tea sessions with his father, the rat god. He cautiously stepped deeper into the alley, to where the wee creature was gracefully sat upon a pile of boxes with faded images of bread upon them. The gentle aroma clinging in the air greatly defied most alleys he had graced, so Shoyuta ventured that the building beside him was a bakery. Back to the matter at hand, Shoyuta told himself, weird cat thing to investigate. If he was honest, it mostly resembled a Bengal cat, if it weren't for the discoloration. Rather than deep chocolate brown and honey gold marbling of its fur, it seemed as someone had dipped the creature into a monochrome filter. It had a base coat of a sleek glossy black with marbled spots of metallic grays fading into glistening silver strands. Shoyuta had a fleeting thought that he may even cut himself if he tried stroking it. But what caught? Like a dorsal fin on his back. Mutation quirk? Shark-like, no apparent gills, no other appearance of mutation. Wait, no, those teeth he spat out. One of the flow. He controls his teeth. I wonder if he can control more at once. Do they have to be disconnected from his gums? Is it just his teeth or entire skeletal structure? Can he do it to any bones, or just his teeth? Wait, can he do it to Oth? Yeah, he can do it to others. Izuku watched with rapt attention as Shark Man's opponent staggers back, missing his 2 front teeth from his mouth. Rather, he has them embedded in his arm. The injured man roars and raises an arm to guard from more flying teeth his way when they suddenly dropped midair and clatter to the ground. His analysis ground to a halt, and it seemed the 2 fighting were just as confused as he was. At least, Izuku's confusion transformed into giddy awe when he saw a familiar white scarf whip out of seemingly nowhere and wrap around the 2 men, binding their arms to their sides. The men were collided against each other, promptly knocking the both of them out before they were dumped on the ground. Dusk, oh my god, Dusk, is it him, is it him? He whispered, receiving a mule in response before she slinked off his neck, seemingly more interested in the boxes beside him. And then he stepped out, and Izuku almost fainted. It might be the hero he had a whole notebook of theories on, the hero who he dreamed of being like. Izuku's panic was disrupted by the man snapping to attention at the spot beside him. Or more accurately at Dusk, who of course, basked in the attention, fully aware of how beautiful she was. Izuku loved Dusk, he really did, but his cat was an attention-seeking drama queen who would gladly rule the world if she had her way. Does the maybe Eraserhead like cats? Izuku wondered to himself as he watched the hero approach Dusk. The man hadn't seemed to spot Izuku yet, so he slowly walked over to the man's side, trying to gauge a look at the man's face in the low light. He hoped it was. Don't get Izuku wrong, he'd be excited to talk about Dusk with someone, but it's just, if he got to meet Eraserhead of all people on his birthday, then maybe he could make it one more year, could keep going one more year. Izuku shook himself, reminding himself of the present moment. The man was still utterly focused on his cat, so what better way would there be than to strike up a conversation with the possible hero or possible stranger? And hopefully not murderer. Her name is Dusk. The man whipped around, quirk flaring and scarf flying, and Izuku almost let out the most undignified squeal. It was him. Izuku would know that red-eye glare anywhere. He had watched every second of grainy footage he could find, even the ones he had to maybe not so legally access. It's not his fault that their code had a clear open access point for him to infiltrate. Anyone could have done it. Izuku knows he's not smart or anything. Just things seem to make sense to him a lot. But Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, was standing right in front of him, and Izuku couldn't help but feel the universe was smiling down on him that day. Izuku grinned at the man, wanting to thank him, praise him, do something, but all he could manage was a smile and a soft, Eraserhead. Shoyuta was dumbfounded in that moment. He was all but ready to relax the night away before he was stopped by the strangest and arguably coolest-looking creature he'd seen, and then dumbfounded by a kid knowing who he was, a kid that seemed a lot worse for wear. "You know me?" he asked, keeping his voice steady and face blank as the red glow of his quirk died down and his scarf sunk back around him. "Why, I'm a huge fan, Eraserheadson. You're so cool. The way you fight quirkless and the way you mastered a weapon No has used since the beginning of the quirk era. And your quirk. It's so cool. Does it work on groups? Do you negate the ability to use a quirk or the quirk factor itself? Does your hair float because of your quirk or the static of your scarf? Or do you have a latent telekey?" "Slow down, kid," Shoyuta managed to finally say. He needed a moment to unpack all of that. Not only did a child who probably wasn't even 10 years old knew who he was, but somehow had an in-depth knowledge about quirks, enough to ask a ridiculous amount of questions he'd only ever heard his dad Nedzu ask him. Then, there was a real kicker that raised a flag to him. The kid was impressed that he fought quirkless. And boy was that uncommon in this day and age. Shoyuta knew firsthand how those with weak, or villainous, quirks were treated. He had experienced it all those years till Hisashi cracked his walls and the Nedzu razed his biological family to the ground. When Nemuri had taught him what it meant when those butterflies fluttered in his chest at the thought of loud blondes, when Oboro... Nope, he wasn't unpacking that all now. What was important was that this kid admired doing something as simple as fighting without a quirk. And if that wasn't enough to indicate something, the kid's appearance surely did. Bruises and gaunt eyes, dry flaking skin and tangled matted hair. Chipped nails and scarred hands. Not to mention the silvery white skin that looked strangely like a bursting pattern peeking from the sleeves and neck of the hoodie. And oh, that goddamn hoodie. Shoyuta wouldn't have recognized it unless up close. It was the prank he and Nemuri had pulled on him, pitching it without his knowledge, going behind his back to have 100 of them produced and shipped out. All of them were recalled when Hisashi found out, all but 2. Shoyuta had one tucked under their bed. And he had just discovered where the other was. The universe was an odd place. Here he was ready to go home, when the universe handed him this strange kid, and his instincts were screaming at him to not leave. And who was he to not trust his instinct? "Quite a brain you've got there. I'm impressed." Not many people know about me, even fewer know enough to ask the kind of things you did. You know what an underground hero is? Shoyuta asked, already feeling like the kid knew. He was answered with a timid nod, and internally Shoyuta raised a brow at the kid's disbelieving awe. The kid doubted his words, doubted his praise. Yeah, he's taking this one in. He'd tell Zashi they're getting astray. Hell, if the kid knew the cat's name, they were a package deal. Even better, and still not technically lying to his husband. Logical as all things should be. As an underground, I can't reveal too much about myself. But seeing as I have just met pretty much my only fan, Shoyuta said, the kid squeaking and hiding his red face beneath scarred hands, I'll let you ask me a question if you let me ask you one first. We can go back and forth. The boy chewed his lips timidly before nodding. What's your name, kid? Midoriya Izuku, sir. Can I ask one now? Shoyuta nodded. Do you like cats? More than I like breathing. What breed is Dusk? She was a Bengal. Can you erase your own quirk? Shoyuta had to blink at the question. So simple, yet so many people rarely thought to ask. Sort of. It's a long story. Now my turn to ask, he said, catching how the kid seemed to have relaxed somewhat. He dropped his tone to a softer one, and crouched softly, facing Izuku head-on. What are you doing out so late, Izuku? The kid's eyes widened slightly, and he looked around the alley. Shoyuta was glad he was stood before the only exit. Shopping? At 2 in the morning? Less likely to have queues. Shoyuta knew the look the kid, no, Izuku was wearing. He had worn it many times himself. One of trepidation and fear, one that knew that hoping for something was foolish because it could be snatched out from under them within seconds. It was a look that knew of betrayal and hurt, and that squeezed at Shuta's heart more than anything. Shoyuta gently reached out his hand, cataloging the way Izuku flinched oh so slightly at the movement, before carefully placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Soft, steady. Just there. Izuku, how long have you been alone? He knew there was no point asking if. Shoyuta was sure that he was alone. If he was quirkless, or had some sort of view over his own quirk that aligned with the stupid portion of the population who were quirkless discriminatory assholes, then foster homes wouldn't be safe. So Shoyuta knew he was alone, well except. And Dusk doesn't count. Izuku's lip trembled softly, and Shoyuta wanted nothing more than to wrap the kid up, whisper sweet assurances and tell him it will be okay. But he had to wait. He needed Izuku to make this decision for himself. He had only met the kid, but he'd die for him, but Shoyuta needed Izuku to trust him first. Sure, he was a pro-hero, but if his heart was telling him anything, this wouldn't be just taking a kid off the streets. It'd be taking him off the streets and into his home. A year, Izuku sobbed out, his voice broken and small. You don't have to be, Shoyuta said softly. I do. It's my power. It isn't safe, it's evil. Don't, Izuku, please don't ever say that, Shoyuta said, gently tilting Izuku's chin up to meet his eyes. I'm a hero, right? You know me, hell, you even like me for some reason? Izuku nodded and choked out a sobbing laugh. You know what people called me when I was your age? A villain. Evil. Monster. Shoyuta wanted to laugh softly at how wide Izuku's eyes were, but he powered on. And I believed them for a long time. Until someone important to me taught me they were wrong. There is nothing inherently wrong with a quirk, no matter what. It's a tool, and it's only evil if the person uses it for evil. Even if you did something accidentally, it's not your fault. Izuku broke into wild sobs and collapsed into Shuta's arms, crying and screaming silently into his capture scarf. Shoyuta stayed, his hand rubbing soft circles on Izuku's back. You're not alone anymore, Izuku, I've got you, he murmured as Izuku's breathing calmed down and those bright teary green eyes looked up at him. I'm not making any guesses, but I do know there's never a good reason for someone being on the streets so young. Which leads me to my question. Would you like to go to the police station and find someone, a family member or friend who can take you in? Or on the off chance I'm right and you'd rather not go back, would you like to come back to mine tonight? We can talk to the police tomorrow and sort out your situation more then. Why? Why what, Izuku? Why help me? I can look after myself, me and Dusk are fine. I don't want to bother you. You're a pro, I just take up your time, I'll be fine, I promise. Izuku, just because you can be fine and okay with your situation, doesn't mean you have to be. I know what it's like, Izuku, hell, I slept on a park bench for a week straight once. You don't have to stay forever, but at least stay a night. A warm bed, meal, you can use the shower too. What do you say? Shoyuta prayed to every god above and thanked them when the kid said a wobbly, okay razor. Even he couldn't hold in his snort. Yamada Hisashi was anxious. It was already 10 minutes after Shoyuta would have finished patrol, and he was usually such a stickler for his relaxing time that he would usually be home by now. But the clock ticked by and his husband was yet to appear, until his phone finally dinged, the ringtone he had set especially for Shoyuta. Kofka. 2:12 OMW. Prep guest room. A kid. Probably permanent. Okay. 2:12 Thank God Show, I thought you were dead, I was ready to call everyone. How old, how bad? Kofka. 2:13 10 maybe 11. But. Okay. 2:13 See you soon love. Kofka. 2:14 It wasn't the first time either of them had activated their emergency foster licenses and took a kid in. Abusive parents, a rough school, a step-parent with straying hands. The husbands had seen it all and would drop anything to get a kid out of a rough situation. They were never permanent though. A few weeks, months at most. They always kept up to date with their previous fosters, making sure the home they were in was safe and good. They liked having monthly dinners with the 6 kids, all of them pseudo-siblings. They were all finally happy and safe, 2 of them even heading to college soon. But never permanent. So if Shoyuta said it, it was most likely true. 10-year-olds were tricky. Stuck somewhere between childlike wonder and growing responsibility. Their lives were a tug-of-war between youth and the world, the time when you know it's time to grow up. But it sounded like the little listener had already learnt that decision a while ago. With both of them being pros and teachers, not to mention Hisashi's radio job and the needless inheritance Netsu had handed them, money was never really an issue. They had a house in the teacher complex of the UA dorms, a homely duplex taking up the top 2 floors of the dorms, with only Nomuri as their neighbor. The open living room housed multiple sofas decorated with throw blankets and pillows for the naps Shoyuta was always end up taking after patrol, when his body was too weak to go up the stairs. The kitchen was Hisashi's dream, with a marble countertop and island perfect for his days off when he could finally experiment with the baking recipes he had found in the week. What he was looking for, however, was their cupboard of bedding hidden under the stairs. Hisashi pulled out some forest green covers, getting a gut feeling it would suit the little listener. He headed up the stairs and to the door across from their bedroom. So far the room had been used as a study, but they could just combine both of their studies into one room. The spare futon would have to do until they ordered a bed, and Hisashi emptied out the drawers and cupboard from the junk the couple had accumulated over the years. Once the room had been cleaned out and dusted, Hisashi stood in front of the box of basic decorations they used to help the rooms feel less dull for their fosters. He stared back at his own face on one of the posters. Was it narcissistic to put up a present mic poster before anything else? No one saw, so there was no proof. He only did a few posters of heroes, never one to assume if their little listener would be a hero worshipper or not. He settled on some safer ones that could cover the bases. Himself for kids who had the hard-to-control quirks, Gang Orca for those with mutation quirks, and Shota, the poster he and them had made themselves. That was the kids who thought their quirks were evil. Hisashi had seen many kids stay with them other than the 6 main fosters they had had in the past, and each of them gravitated to one of these 3 posters for some reason or other. He purposefully avoided the likes of All Might and Endeavor. The husbands both had their own thoughts regarding the number 1 and 2 heroes, not to mention the commission holding their leashes. Either way, Hisashi was proud of his choices and moved on to hanging some fairy lights around the ceiling and putting a cream-colored rug down on the floor. He looked around the bare room, a futon with green bedding to the left, a desk below the window on the right, cupboards and bookshelves lining the back wall opposite the door. It wasn't much, but hopefully it would be enough. The sound of the door rattling broke Hisashi from his activities, and he rushed down the stairs in time to see Shoyuta making hushed conversation with someone behind him. "Tia," Hisashi cheered, his quirk dying down when his husband glared at him, not bothering to hide his fond smirk though. "Is the little listener with you?" Zashi, meet Izuku, Shoyuta said, pulling a tiny boy from behind him, with wide verdant eyes and matching curls growing in every direction. The boy looked him up and down before squeaking out, "Present, Mike?" Hisashi just watched as the boy seemingly passed out. Izuku woke up groggily, to something batting his nose incessantly. He cracked an eye open to see Dusk sat in front of his face, peering down at him before batting his nose once more with her paw. "I'm up," he groaned, scratching her softly. "Had the strangest dream. Met Eraserhead and Present Mike. Wasn't a dream, little listener." Izuku shot up, ignoring the surprised shriek from Dusk, and whipping his head around to see the Present Mike smiling at him. Two pros, two of his favorite heroes ever, and he got to meet them on his birthday. And then it all came crashing back. The conversation with Eraserhead, the offer to stay the night. He timidly turned and caught Eraserhead's eye. Izuku's question was hanging on his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Help wasn't something for Izuku, it was for other kids who deserved it, those who needed help or weren't wrong. "Izuku, can you eat curry?" Shoyuta asked, and Izuku felt his worry break. Of course the hero noticed he was that good. And he didn't even worry about giving him an option, already including him in the act. That alone made something warm blossom in Izuku's chest. He wasn't used to it, but it felt nice, nicer than he's felt for a while. So he held on tight to the feeling and nodded to Eraserhead. Maybe staying a night or two with the heroes wouldn't be so bad. Shinsou Hitoshi was still surprised. The hero course, something that had seemed so unattainable, and now here he sat, watching his idol shrug out of a horrific yellow sleeping bag and address his class in the glibest nonchalant way possible. The entrance exam had been, for lack of a better word, rough. A clear display of society's favor toward powerful, heroic quirks with mental quirks left at the bottom of the barrel. But spite and a pipe from a robot's arm was enough for him to scrap enough points to scrape into the hero course. He was finally one step closer to his goal, one step closer to the license that proved all those people wrong. He would be a hero no matter what. He was pulled from his musings when their sensei mentioned something about the desk at the front. Honestly, Hitoshi couldn't care less about the idea of a teaching assistant, just another person who would assist him. He didn't need friends, he needed to achieve his goal, and that meant taking in every word teacher said. Unless it was another insult, those would be promptly ignored. The seat belongs to another student. Eraserhead, no Aizawa-sensei, said. A student? It made some sense having a third year come and help out in their class. They would most likely already have their provisional license and experience working in agencies or with field work. But Hitoshi was admittedly astonished as their teacher continued. He technically has no need to be here. He has been learning from pro heroes for the last 4 years and is already training for his provisional license exam in a week or so. Unfortunately, the Hero Commission decided he was undertrained in a few aspects, including socialization and teamwork. Which makes sense considering he has not been part of a class for the last 4 years. He was stunned. How the hell was something like this possible? 4 years of training, more so than the regular student, and was even recognized by the commission. And what did they mean that he is undertrained in socialization? Is it a solider? Some older person who'd seen hell and was ready to share their ways. Their teacher grinned and Hitoshi could feel the class quiver beneath the toothy grin. Yes, he is a private student and will be helping me assist the class. But no, he is not your senpai. In fact, he is the same age as all of you. Everyone please welcome Izuku Yamazawa. Hitoshi was silent. A hero brat then? With an all-powerful quirk, one that they probably used to skate through life. Clearly they had the UA staff wrapped around their finger, so impressed with what had to be a fantastic quirk, a selfish, entitled D. Nice to meet you all. And every thought he had left his brain on account of the green curls and wide grin that seemed to brighten the room. Who could blame him when the boy seemed so small and unassuming, but even Hitoshi could see the way the school blazers tightened around his biceps, barely able to contain whatever lay hidden beneath them. Needless to say, Hitoshi had never been more assured that he was gay than in that moment, and of course knowing his luck, he had to find the perfect UA golden child attractive. He was lost in a daze for so long he didn't realize what was happening till most of the class were standing and heading toward the pile of gym uniforms on Aizawa sensei's desk and followed the rest of the walking class to the changing rooms. He thumbed the material of the clothes while he thought of emerald eyes and pretty smiles. The last week had been heaven to Izuku. Eraserhead and Preset Mike had assured him that he could call them Shoyuta and Hizashi, but that felt too personal. Too real. If he let himself call them that, then it would feel permanent. And Izuku didn't get permanent. It wasn't allowed. Permanent made it so much harder when it inevitably ended. But still, the week had been amazing. The first night had been difficult. Endlessly plagued by memories of that night in his dreams, seeing Inko raise the knife. And then all the blood. Dusk was ready for him when his eyes flew open, curling on his lap and staring up at him with her wide eyes, grounding him, reminding him of where he was and where he wasn't. He was with her, not Inko. But on that night, she had a companion. Eraser had knocked on the door and come in quietly. He didn't ask questions, he didn't comment on Izuku's tears or shaking form. He just sat beside him on the futon and opened his arms. An invitation, one for Izuku to take. Not forcing him, not ordering him. Just open in there. It had taken him a few minutes, but he crawled closer, and sleep had come easier with the warmth of care around him. The next time it happened Mike had been there, with a green mug full of warm cocoa. It soothed his aching throat, rough from screaming himself awake. And then Mike asked him questions about his quirk, asked what Izuku thought about varying pitches and volumes could do in the field. Those conversations anchored him in a way nothing but Dusk could with her quiet comfort. Mike and Eraser had slowly latched him from floating into oblivion, and Izuku was terrified of what would happen if he had drifted too far. He was awake that morning, pondering over the last week. It was good, so good. And it would hurt when they left. Izuku knew the longer it went, the worse it would be. What do you think? He asked Dusk as she groomed her paws. She looked up at him mid-lick and placed her paw down. A moment passed before she trotted across the newly bought bed, the one they bought for him 2 days ago with a beautiful forest green bedding and pillows, and leapt. Dusk landed with grace by the open door and simply walked out, throwing him a glance and a small tilt of her head. The order to follow her was felt deep within his bones. Guess I'm telling them. Shoyuta was halfway to heaven, his mind drifting in that limbo state, been awake and sleep before the quiet padding across the floor could be heard. He cracked an eye open from his position draped across the sofa with his head on Hizashi's lap as the man marked English papers, and watched Dusk walk over. Shoyuta lazily dangled his arm over the edge and smiled softly when she bumped her head into his hand. And as always, Izuku came padding behind her, somehow softer than the cat. Eraser? Shoyuta took a moment to really look at the kid. Still wearing that god-awful present Mike hoodie that the pair of them loved, much to Hizashi's chagrin, and a pair of well-fitted sweatpants. The mall trip had certainly been eventful, with Izuku literally growling at people who looked at Dusk wrong and refusing to let the couple spend more money on him than for the barest necessities. Needless to say, the pair had ordered many things online when Izuku went to sleep and just slipped them into his cupboards. But the kid was still a ball of nerves. He almost shut down when they broached the idea of school until they told him he could do it all online. Clearly people were an issue, school was an issue, people judging Dusk was an issue, quirks were an issue. The kid seemed to love talking about them until it came to his. And Shoyuta wouldn't pry till Izuku was ready. Right now, the kid was fumbling with his sleeve and avoiding Shuta's eye while still waiting for a response, one that Shoyuta realized he had gone a long time without giving. "What's up, kid? Can we talk? All four of us." Shoyuta couldn't help but smile. Dusk was always included in Izuku's conversations, no matter what. "What's up, listener?" Hizashi asked gently, setting the marking down. Izuku awkwardly dropped himself on the cushioned armchair opposite them, the unspoken chair he had claimed in his time with them. Dusk immediately leapt onto his lap and curled up, but kept her eyes fixed intently on the pair of them. Times like this reminded Shoyuta that, while beautiful, Dusk could be terrifying with her empty, endless stare. Izuku's hands unsteadily stroked through her fur, gazing between her and the floor before he took a shaky breath. "It's about my quirk." Inko sighed softly, a small smile playing on her lips as she imagined it. Her hands carefully brandished the blade, imagining the life she could have had Katsuki been hers instead of the null. She was content, picturing him be the son she always wanted. Mama? The smile never left her lips as she lifted the blade and stabbed the boy in the arm. The screams made her smile stretch wider, a manic feral thing. Her eyes were fixed on the gushing crimson, unaware and uncaring for the curling darkness. She didn't see the way the moonlight in the room dimmed, the way the shadows seemed to stretch toward the waist of a child. No, she was focused on the crimson, not on the coiling shadows defying normality, not on the way the wisps sharpened into something crystalline. Jagged rough hunks of blackened glass upheld by clouds of black mist. Hunks of blackened glass that hurtled toward the woman fixed on crimson. I woke up the next morning. My arm was fine, Izuku mumbled numbly, pulling down his sleeve to show a patch of grayed smooth skin in the middle of his pale scarred skin. Shuda's fingers dug into his palms as he processed the way his kid, recounted the first 10 years of his life. The absolute horrid treatment the monster that was Midoriya Inko had inflicted upon Izuku, and final night, the final culmination of it all. His kid, his precious kid, had almost died at her hands. And after everything he had gone through, all the hurt and agony, the universe played the sickest joke and decided to give him a quirk in that moment. I call it shadow states. A small spark had reappeared in Izuku's dull eyes at the shift in conversation. I changed the dark. Got any notebooks? Hisashi began softly, and Shoyuta knew this was the man he loved. If there was anything that they learnt in the last week, it was Izuku loved analysis, and his notebooks were his life. They were the only thing he took from the abandoned building he'd been staying at before. And that was another one hell of a trip they had before the mall. Their kid had been living in a health and safety nightmare, not to mention the fact the building looked one strong breeze from toppling. Izuku nodded, and of course, he pulled it out his waistband. Already prepared. Shoyuta and Hisashi huddled closer as they read over the handed-over book, eyes widening as they read the in-depth analysis, the possible theories, and finally, how the entire other half of the notebook was dedicated to Dusk. Shoyuta smirked while Hisashi gaped, his eyes wide. Wait, so Dusk is, what is she? Hisashi's voice was a whimper as he stared at the cat. She's a beautiful anomaly, Shoyuta stated. And I agree, kid, there's room for growth for both of you. And as Shoyuta had predicted, Izuku immediately had that doubtful questioning look on his face. Eyebrows furrowed, lips pouted, and head tilted to the side. This kid had no clue what that face could do. No, he was completely oblivious. You don't hate me? Izuku asked softly. Shoyuta slipped off the sofa and slowly walked over to Izuku, making sure the kid could see each of his movements. He knelt before Izuku and laid his palms up, and tentatively, Izuku placed his hands on Shuda's. He gripped the small, scarred hands gently and looked at Izuku calmly. Do you remember what I told you the night we met? There is nothing inherently wrong with a quirk, no matter what. It's a tool, and it's only evil if the person uses it for evil. Even if you did something accidentally, it's not your fault. He smiled at the kid and carefully wiped the tears falling down his freckled cheeks. Mean it? I never say anything I don't mean, kid. It would be illogical. Izuku rocked on his heels beside his dad, already eager for the day ahead. His capture scarf, a black-green blend, was draped over his shoulders as the pair awaited Class 1A. It was the first year that he would be integrated with other people. Sure, he was technically supposed to start last year, but then his dad had gone and expelled the entire class, so they spent the year focusing on hacking, political espionage, and cleaning crime scenes. Not the most heroic of activities, but underground heroes danced in the realm of gray, not black and white morality. Regardless, this year he would be working with others. They may all be his age, and he may be excited about their quirks, but he was a bit nervous. He'd gotten better with his quirk and abilities, but people were still people. And Izuku couldn't stand most people. At least he knew a few familiar faces in the class. There was Uncle Tenya's little brother, the youngest Todoroki, and of course, Kaken. That was a weird one. After everything that happened the night with Inko, Izuku was sure that Kaken would rather die than talk to him again. But Izuku was also certain he'd never have to save the explosive blonde from sentient sludge, and yet people could be proven wrong. The boy had cornered him after the heroes and medics had cleared them, and when Izuku braced for the classic right hook, he was taken aback when the blonde hugged him. And sobbed. Gods, he sobbed a lot. Either way, he and Kaken had a somewhat stable friendship now. Even if stable meant weekly sparring, followed by deep arguments over whatever pre-Quirk era movie they were watching that always ended with the two more bruised than they would be sparring. And of course, being the overachiever that he was, Kaken was the first one out on the exercise grounds. He sent Izuku a feral grin that was happily returned. Ready for a year of being humbled, Kaken? Izuku asked, rocking on the ball of his feet as he grinned even widder. Ha! You wanna go, you DMN nerd? A red glare shut them down instantly. Katsuki, do not blow up my son. Izuku, do not tamper with a walking bomb. Both of you shut up, your classmate's upcoming. Goddamn problem children. The two snickered and Izuku flashed him the finger before the building doors flew open and the rest of the class trickled in, chattering boisterously and lazily making their way over to the three of them. Izuku spared a glance at his dad and smirked at the furious glint in his eyes. Oh, today will be fun. Chapter text. Listener, Hisashi said softly, knocking on Izuku's door. Their son, because let's be honest, Hisashi had already begun filing the adoption papers. Sho would sign in a heartbeat, but they'd wait till Izuku was feeling more comfortable. He just hoped he wasn't about to upend any of the comfort the three had built together with his next request. The poor listener had looked so drained after the night's revelations, hours spent discussing his horrid life at the hands of the beach, Inko. But Hisashi plastered a smile on his face as he peeked through the doorway into Izuku's room, his heart softening at the sight of Izuku hurriedly scrawling in a notebook, lying on his stomach with Dusk perched on his back and peering at his writing. Hi Zashi, Izuku mumbled, eyes not breaking from his notebook. That was another thing. After the conversation last night, he muttered a quiet night Zashi, night Sho, before heading to his room. Needless to say, Sho had to erase his quirk before his cries of joy woke the whole dorm. And that reminded him of the request. The couple had spent the last week holed up in their apartment, with Nedzu having groceries delivered after the tense time at the mall. The rest of the staff, their family as much as Shoyuta would deny it, were curious. Only Nedzu knew the truth, and thankfully he had expertly dodged any question tossed his way. Hisashi loved his boss as much as he feared him. All in all, the staff had questions and the couple had decided it was probably time they gave answers. Can we talk a second, buddy? He asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Thankfully, Izuku had put up some more decorations since he woke up despite the still early hour. The sun was just peeking over the horizon and there were already hand-drawn images of himself and Sho plastered to the walls. The fairy lights had been moved from the ceiling to crudely frame his favorite poster, and Hisashi wasn't even upset to see Izuku had chosen the poster of Shoyuta over Gang Orca and himself. Sure, he said, tucking his notebook aside and looking up at Hisashi with tired eyes but a warm grin. Me and Sho have been sort of taking time of work this last week. And while we wish we could keep going on how we have, the UA are starting to ask where we are. It's fine, I can stay at home, I won't open the door for anyone. Aizu, we aren't just going to leave you alone. I know you still think you're fine to be alone, and you are very capable for your age, but you shouldn't and don't have to be. Let us be there to help you, listener, Hisashi said softly, carting a hand through Izuku's curls. And just like Dusk, he melted into the touch. So what do I do? How do you feel about going to UA today? Izuku squealed. Kayama Nomuri was not a patient woman. And in the last week, her family had done their utmost to test it. It begun with Shuta's cryptic texts and his sudden disappearance followed by Hisashi. Then Nedzu suddenly sent a staff-wide message saying the two were not to be disturbed, that she would be bunking with Kuros for the foreseeable future because apparently the two needed their whole dorm floor to themselves. And on top of it all, Nedzu said any questions or complaints should be directed to him, an unspoken message of ask and end up in a dish. All in all, she had become very impatient this last week. And very, very curious. Her and Kurose had spent endless time debating what the two could have been up to, and as much as she loved her astronaut friend, Nemuri needed her alone time. She hadn't had time to do her full hair care routine since she left her hair mask in her apartment. So when Shoyuta finally sent a message to the Inner Circle staff group informing them that the couple had an announcement and to specifically have everyone arrive in one of UA's conference rooms in their hero costumes, Nemuri sprinted to change. It took 4 minutes that never seemed to pass before she was sat at a desk, whip placed on the desk in front of her and a manicured nail tapping repeatedly on her chair's armrest. "Nem, for the love of all things sacred, please stop tapping your chair," Ken groaned, rubbing his temples. "Too early for this." She moved her hand to the table and leveled Ken with a blank face as she tapped harder and faster against the veneer of the desk. Vlad glared back at her and Nemuri begun tapping a jaunty tune. "Nemuri," Nedzu said simply from his perch at the head of the table, his beady eyes fixed squarely on the tablet in his paw, not a single trace of emotion. She stopped tapping immediately. "Everyone, I'm glad you could make it," Nedzu chirped when the rest of the staff filtered into the room and took their seats. "We have an important matter to discuss." "Cut the crap, Nedzu, where are they?" Majima asked, ignoring the squawking indignation from the staff. Nemuri tossed him a respectful nod, eager to know as well. "Your situational awareness is lacking." The squawks were replaced by yelps as the staff spun around to see Shoyuta lounging in the doorway, looking as bored and disinterested as ever. "I've been here 40 seconds. You son of a," Nemuri began, standing from her chair before she was silenced by Shoyuta activating her quirk. "Before anything, I'm going to preface this now. No swearing or I choke you with my scarf. No arguments. Got it?" Only once he had seen each of them nod did Shoyuta step aside and Hizashi came in, holding on to the shoulders of a boy who broke Nemuri's heart. He was clearly malnourished, with dry skin and wild green curls. Scars littered the skin. She could see past a present Mike hoodie that brought on fond memories. But it was the absolute shock and awe on his face that truly made her heart melt. Nemuri was Midnight, the R-rated hero, 18+ to the extreme. To say she had a particular demographic of fans was an understatement. So rarely did she see that smile, the one of pure warmth, one that said "I see you for who you are, and it's beautiful. Guys, this is our foster son, Izuku." Nedzu was not surprised by the reactions. He had estimated what each of them would be, and as usual, nothing strayed from his predictions. Nemuri had melted. Ken had puffed his chest up with pride. Hound Dog and Power Loader both collapsed back into their seats, clutching their chest, and Recovery Girl was gently potting a frozen 13, the space hero seemingly fixed in place by the smile. He was thoroughly enjoying the reactions. He himself saw part of what the effect was. He shared little emotions with humans, but right now he could definitely feel the more territorial parts of his personality come forth. Seeing such a bright and happy smile on such a clearly damaged and hurt individual, it was such a striking contrast it almost hurt to observe. It was not unlike watching a dying star. Something so magnificent and beautiful yet devastating, nonetheless. The boy, Izuku, certainly interested Nedzu. He had heard from his cub how brilliant Izuku's analysis was, and his cub was rarely one to administer praise so easily. Look to Shuda's expulsion rate if you made the mistake of not believing Nedzu. So when the teachers had died down from their fanfare and Nedzu deemed the young pup stable enough from his admiration of the heroes, did Nedzu crawl across the table. "Am I a mouse? Am I a bear?" Nedzu began. "You're a stoat." Nedzu froze. His cub froze. The room froze. "Shoyuta. Online school?" His cub had that pained look on his face before begrudgingly admitting, "Yes." "Not anymore." "Izuku, young pup, you know who I am?" "Of course, Nedzu, you're the intelligence hero." The young boy seemed to think over his words, glancing to Shoyuta, who simply ruffled the boy's hair before Izuku seemed to decide whatever it was. I have an entry in my notebook about you." "Wonderful pup. I would happily read it. How would you feel about having some lessons with me sometimes? You're one of 2 people to ever guess what animal I am on the first try. Absolutely marvelous." It's nothing, sir. Really, anyone could have looked into it. I've seen articles where you say your favorite food is rabbit, And you've got a longer tail than a weasel, plus your height and teeth are indicators. Anyone could have made the guess, sir, really? Pup, trust me, it is not just nothing. You have an incredible skill, and I would like to help you hone it. Really? No world corruption till he's legally an adult, Shoyuta ground out. Of course not, my cub, we will start with the commission. It was 6 months since Inko. Since the night he refused to use. All it was good for was splattered blood and taking lives. But even then, he still couldn't deny the comforts that the darkness brought him, especially now. Life involved hopping from one alley to the next, hoping and praying there was some semblance of shelter to stave off the winter rain. Dumpsters overflowed with rancid scents and rotting trash, and ever since the sanitation workers went on strike, the chances of finding an empty dumpster to sleep in were null. Null, he said dryly to himself, an empty laugh escaping his chapped, shivering lips. If only they knew now. But even there, as he huddled in the doorway of a building's fire exit, making himself as small as possible to escape the never-ending rain, he heard it. A cry in the night. Izuku cracked his eyes open and saw it across the alley from him. Huddled underneath a pile of wet sagging boxes was a cat, clearly having seen better days. Its fur was drenched in matter and a piece of its ear was missing, not to mention how even from where he sat, he could see its ribs. Izuku weakly reached out a hand and to his astonishment, the cat somehow raised its head from the ground and locked eyes with him. Two beings of pain and grief stared at each other. And then he saw the gash. Thin yet deep across its side, he hadn't seen it but its body had twisted when it rose its head. Izuku was tired, exhausted in his bones, but nothing and no one should suffer in their last moments. He mustered as much energy as he could find within himself to drag his weak body across the wet concrete. Izuku didn't care for the stains seeping into his clothes, infecting his already festering wounds. He kept going till he could carefully prop the cat onto his lap and shield her from the rain. "Hey baby," he said, his voice cracking. Izuku wasn't sure when the last time he actually spoke was. "I'm Izuku." The cat mewed ever so gently, her tiny pained voice breaking him more than starburst scars or flying blades could. His fingers gently prodded till they found the faint pulse. The pulse that was getting slower and slower. He didn't really know what was happening in that moment. Just that he couldn't let her go on, not when the world had showed her so much hatred. Tears fell from his eyes and his shoulders shook, but he did all could to keep her steady, to show the comfort she desperately deserved. His body ached with her pain. He knew how it felt when the world turned its back on you, left you to lick your wounds clean before you succumbed to them. He wouldn't let it be too late for her, he couldn't. Izuku's sobs rang in his mind, and he barely saw the darkness in the doorway curl around him, the shadows clinging to his skin as some misty cloak. It ran over his hoodie, covering the fabric before coating his palms. It was then he saw it. He was frozen, watching the darkness coalesce around his skin, too shocked that the power was in use when he so vehemently tried to deny it. And then it settled. The misty darkness gathered in his palm and became denser, opaquely black, and he gagged as it thickened unexpectedly into a tar-like goo in his hand. Before he could fling it off, the goo bubbled and somehow latched onto the open wound of the cat. Izuku cried out and tried wrenching his hand away, but it was too late. The darkness was sinking into the wound, leaving his palm empty. He stared in horror as the wound of the cat began to seal itself over. A few moments passed where nothing happened, and her chest stopped rising. Izuku choked back a sob but floundered back when her coat shifted, the dirty mottled fur shining a brilliant silver. The thin, spindly claws thickened in her paw pads and those once pain-filled eyes opened to reveal dazzling white. She stood slowly, assessing her new monochromatic form and gracefully sashaying under the rain. Izuku watched in shock and fear as water ran off her fur with ease, not clinging or ruining her coat in the slightest. The cat then turned and finally seemed to notice him. She padded forward and immediately rubbed her face against his neck, mewling softly. Izuku jolted. It wasn't possible, but he swore it almost felt like he heard something. A name. Dusk. She mewled and swatted his nose. Hitoshi stood with the rest of Class 1A under Aizawa-sensei's intense scrutiny. He knew he should have just left when he had changed, but he figured he should wait with the rest of the class unless he wanted to talk to sensei alone. And he would not embarrass himself in front of his idol. Or the hot tea, he couldn't care less about what Golden Boy could think. Either way, he had made a mistake because if looks could kill, Aizawa would have murdered them all. You all took 15 minutes. That is unacceptable. Time is limited, I expect the time to be halved next time. We will be moving directly onto a quirk apprehension test. What about the entrance ceremony? Orientation? Guidance sessions? Are we just skipping those? A brunette with a bob piped up. Welcome to UA, where teachers decide upon the curriculum of their students. We will not waste time on trivial school activities you've already had in life when time could be spent bettering yourself and your abilities. In middle school, you all underwent a series of tests to measure your physical capabilities. Bakugo, you scored first in the entrance exams. What was your ball throw distance? 67 meters, the spiky blonde boy grunted. The hell kind of freak can toss that far naturally? Hitoshi screamed internally. Aizawa-sensei procured a ball from somewhere in his jumpsuit and tossed it to the blonde guy. Try it with your quirk. A feral grin overtook the boy's face and Hitoshi managed to see Yamazawa cover his ears, which he decided to do too, before a resounding "die" rang out, and was followed by an echoing boom that shook the exercise ground. Hitoshi barely managed to stay standing, and he watched as some kid with yellow hair was gripping onto the red hair guy's stone arm? Rock arm? Aizawa-sensei merely held up a tablet reading 705.2 meters. It's important to know the limits you are at now, so you can move beyond them. Awesome, we get to use our quirks, the yellow-haired boy said when he had finally recovered. How fun! A pink-skinned girl agreed. Hitoshi couldn't help but catch the way Yamazawa flinched at the word. Before his eyes fell onto Aizawa-sensei, the man's face contorted into a sadistic grin. Fun? If you think this is fun, then the person in last place will be expelled. And like that, any positive feeling Hitoshi had about impressing his idol was drowned in icy water. Of course, even places like UA would place an emphasis on physical quirks and their purpose. You can't do that. The brunette shrieked. It's not fair. Fair? Are natural disasters fair? Villain attacks fair? If you came here to have a relaxing time learning about the theory of heroism, make friends and have fun conversations when my back is turned, then leave right now. I will not train a single person that does not dedicate every fiber of their being into being the best version of themselves possible. Go beyond, plus ultra and all that. Begin. Hitoshi was mentally planning if other hero schools could accept him or if he would have to SCK it up and face joining Gen Ed. After one day in the hero course, when a light tap on his shoulder broke him out his stupor. Hi, Shinsou, right? Of course, it had to be FING Golden Boy. How did he somehow have even more freckles than the last time Hitoshi stared? Looked at the guy. And there was no way someone's eyes could shine that much and still look so deep and endless. Of course, the perfect boy had to have perfect eyes, perfect face, perfect arms. Is your name not Shinsou? Oh god, this is embarrassing. Why? Really, Hitoshi? Of all the words to say, you choose why? What the hell is wrong with you? Why do I want to know your name? Well, I saw you silently freaking out over Aizawa-sensei's speech, and seeing as I know the quirks of all the class, I can figure out why. His floundering mind suddenly singled in on the words, and Hitoshi glared at Golden Boy. Saw my quirk and thought you'd come put me in my place. I'm sure you'll be as creative as every other person. And to his surprise, Golden Boy just huffed and smiled. I don't care about your quirk, Shinsou. I had advice actually. Hitoshi heard Aizawa-sensei call the third pair up to do the 50-meter run, but he couldn't tear himself from the verdant pools. You don't have to trust me or like me. I know right now, no one is a friend to you. But know that quirk usage is allowed. Sita Tenya there, just won the dash using his quirk. Bakugo Katsuki used an explosion. I can't exactly brainwash a ball to throw itself. Why not have someone do it for you? Yamazawa said before retouring to Aizawa-sensei's side. The rest of the tests seemed to pass by in a blur of sweat, exhaustion, and pure spite. By the time the ball throw came around for the rest of the class, Hitoshi had yet to use his quirk no matter how many times Yamazawa tossed him encouraging nods. But he couldn't put it off anymore. It was between him and the invisible girl for last place if his maths was right, and Hitoshi had fought too much to give up. So when his name was called, he braced himself. Hitoshi looked to Yamazawa and saw nothing but support in those green eyes. He prepared for the backlash, for what his idol might say, what the other students might say. At least he knew one person would hopefully have his back. He felt the weight of the ball in his hand before deciding who. "Hey Urkara. It's Yurek," she began, before her eyes turned blank and she stood stock still. Everyone around them froze except Aizawa-sensei, who observed the situation critically, and Yamazawa, who was grinning widely and rocking on his heels. "Throw this ball as far as you can using your quirk." The words slipped off his tongue like velvet, lacing his quirk into the words, and he felt the moment the order settled into her subconscious, her body compelled as if it wanted to act this out all along. A brush of her finger pads and an infinity score later, Hitoshi dropped his hold and breathed deeply, preparing himself. Whoa, that was so relaxing. "What is your quirk, Shinsou?" I felt like I was on a cloud. Uraraka cheered. "You don't care? I brainwashed you. Hope it's clean now." Even he couldn't hold back a snort at her pathetic joke, and he high-fived her offered hand, walking back with her to stand in line with the rest of the class. Not before the student with a tail glared at him and uttered the one word. That one word he thought wouldn't breach the words of Yue. Villain. Of course it would happen. It was foolish to hope Yue would be any different. Why would it? The school had no need to stop favoring the more desirable heroic quirks, the physical ones, the flashy ones. They were part of the system that kept the divide between heroes and villains without ever observing the grade blur between the two worlds. Uraraka took a step in front of him and glared at the tailed boy, but what truly registered was the sight ahead. Not their teacher, who did look angry enough, but it was Yamazawa. He had only seen the boy grin, act all sunshine and rainbows in the few hours of his first day. Slowly the rest of the class caught sight too. Because gone was the smile, the bright eyes. In its place was a feral scowl, all teeth and rage. His eyes were a cold toxic green, an acid you would melt unless you stared too long. And all of its vitriol was directed on the tailed boy. Thankfully the idiot had the gall to look sheepish at the utterance, but clearly that wasn't enough for Yamazawa, because in a flash the boy was stood before them, holding the tailed boy up by the collar of his shirt. "Care to repeat that?" Yamazawa asked quietly. "Bear in mind, quirk discrimination falls under the umbrella of reasons to expel a student. And as a teaching assistant, I have the luxury to recommend student expulsions. So tell me, Ojiro Mashireo, would you care to repeat that? Or would you rather apologize before I explain every error in your utterance while seeing how long your tail can last in combat against bladed weapons? Is Jim Theta free, sensei?" "It can be," Aizawa-sensei drawled, having decided something on his tablet was suddenly more important. Yamazawa dropped Ojiro in a heap and turned his glare to the rest of the class. "Any discrimination will be reported and punished. Accordingly, especially quirk discrimination. The threat I made to Ojiro stands to all of you. Threats of blades make surprisingly good motivators." "That's all for today," Aizawa-sensei said, finally looking up, and in a split second Yamazawa was back, with his bright smile and brighter eyes. "Grab a syllabus from homeroom on your way home. See you all tomorrow." As the class was leaving, someone tapped Hitoshi's shoulder and he turned to have those bright eyes on him, full of concern. "Are you okay, Shinsou?" he asked softly. "Demon Yamazawa. I'm fine. Are you sure? Leave before I pass out. From horniness or annoyance, I don't know. Really. And thanks, I guess. Always," Yamazawa said with a grin before going back to Aizawa-sensei and pestering the man. Hitoshi could only turn and head to the locker rooms, pulling the gym uniform off and his uniform back on, memory full of that bright smile and that simple single word. "Boys." Izuku was not a morning person in the slightest. When you have a darkness-based quirk and spent more time awake at night than the usual person, the morning tends to become a natural enemy. So when the first day he would spend with Class 1A would be doing the quirk assessment test, Izuku was happy to just sit on the sidelines and observe the capabilities of this year's students. He already had an entry for each student and some basic information he'd gleaned from the entrance exam tapes that Nezu had kindly handed over to him. And more than one had caught his eye. Uraraka Achako labeling her quirk as zero gravity when there was much more to it than met the eye. Todoroki Shoto refusing to use an aspect of his quirk that would regulate his temperature and make him a multifaceted powerhouse. Hagakure Toru's absolute belief that all she could be, was purely invisible. But none of them caught his eye as much as the amethyst enigma. Shinsou Hitoshi, with the incredible quirk of brainwashing. Something that the biased entrance exams would not account for, but that was an issue for tomorrow Izuku to tackle. Either way, when Izuku had holed up in his room with a mug of 4 espressos at 2 a.m., blankets draped over his head and shoulders with Dusk sleeping on his lap, he watched transfixed as Shirnu had taken a pipe and smashed his way into the hero course with pure determination, a fiery glint in his eye as he pulled people out of danger. Now, don't get him wrong, Izuku loved quirks, he loved them. He could and had spent hours upon hours analyzing hero fights, villain takedowns, footage of back-alley deals. Written endless entries and page-long breakdowns of each quirk he had witnessed. But seeing someone enter a biased exam, someone who had probably not been dealt the kindest hand in life, and still fight their way through? Izuku was entranced with the boy. And then came the next problem. Izuku had never really had friends his age. Let alone even poke the prospect of a relationship with a 50-foot pole. His life was somewhat unique. 10 years spent ostracized and ridiculed by literally everyone, almost a year on the streets with nothing but an undead cat, and then the rest of it spent with his true family, learning everything and anything he could. If Izuku then could see him now, he'd die. Izuku himself could still not believe his life is what it was. So yeah, he has a somewhat good control of his quirk, and his dad say he's good with combat. Even Nezu compliments his analysis. But conversations? Friends? That's an unknown factor to Izuku, an anomaly that terrified him. Pops had said socialization was important for people his age, and Izuku had vehemently argued his socialized plenty. Then Dad had reminded him that chess with Nezu and adjusting his hero costume with power loader and anti-nem didn't count. Finally, Nezu had been the one to break it down for him, that this was vital to understanding working alongside other heroes, ones that he would be working with in the future. And let no one say that Izuku wouldn't do what it took to better his abilities. And with that thought in mind, Izuku made his mind up. He marched forward, ignoring his dad's raised brow, and tapped the boy on the shoulder. "Hi, Shinsou, right?" The taller boy looked at him, and Izuku had never been gladder his dad drilled facial composure into him, because Izuku was about to swoon. Glistening, rich lavender eyes bore into him, piercing his soul and laying it bare for judgment. Sharp cheekbones cast deep shadows over his smooth porcelain skin, like an Adonis carved from marble. And if his heart wasn't already going crazy, the thin silvery scars around his jaw made his heart ache. But he didn't respond. "Is your name not Shinsou? Oh God, this is embarrassing." And then the pretty boy just blurted out a strangled, "Why?" Izuku cracked a smile, not letting the awkwardness get to him. "Why do I want to know your name?" "Well, I saw you silently freaking out over Aizawa-sensei's speech, and seeing as I know the quirks of all the class I can figure out why." And then that cute floundering look on Shinsou's face contorted into a deep scowl, and he spat out, "Saw my quirk and thought you'd come put me in my place. I'm sure you'll be as creative as every other person." But Izuku took it with ease. Because Shinsou didn't need someone who would argue with him, he didn't need someone to scream at him. Shinsou needed the one thing he'd always been denied because of his quirk. Simple communication. "I don't care about your quirk, Shinsou. I had advice actually. You don't have to trust me or like me. I know right now, no one is a friend to you. But know that quirk usage is allowed." Sita Tenya there, just won the dash using his quirk. Bakugo Katsuki used an explosion. He sighed gratefully when the anger seemed to ebb from Shinsou's eyes and the taller boy's shoulders dropped slightly. "I can't exactly brainwash a ball to throw itself." And then Izuku gave him a smile he'd learnt from his dad. "Why not have someone do it for you?" Returning to his dad, Izuku was a bit upset to see his advice hadn't stuck. But he was nothing if not insistent and kept throwing encouragement Shinsou's way. And then when the ball toss came, Izuku was thrilled. Call-and response-based activation? Is it purely vocal-based? If someone were to clap after he asked, could he catch them in his hold? How many people can he hold under at once? Is there a cognitive strain to using his quirk? Can he brainwash animals? Can he brainwash himself? Is it actually brainwashing or hypnosis? But the limits to what he can make people do? Can everyone be put under his hold? Can anyone escape his hold? Villain. His thoughts came to a halting stop and his eyes zeroed in on the pathetic excuse for a hero student that dared utter the word in his presence. It was time for his first lesson as Class 1, as teaching assistant. You stupid nerd, how the hell do you confuse baking powder for salt? You're hopeless, Zuku, Katsuki growled, shoving Izuku out the way and reorganizing the mess of ingredients on the island counter. Their weekly ritual had started up again after the sludge incident. He had years of mistakes to make up for, and he started with storming up to the gates of UA with a container of his homemade cookies. When he had found the nearest security camera, he popped a few explosions and yelled until a teacher came by. Thankfully, it had been one the nerd had always blabbed on about in the past, so Katsuki easily recognized Cementos. The surprise was hard to glean from a stony face, but not every day did a random middle schooler come demanding to see the ward of UA. Eventually, he had been granted a guest pass, and ever since then, every Monday was spent either at Katsuki's place or on UA grounds, training and hanging out. After school had ended for the day, they spent an hour or so in the gym working out. Since neither the hobo or cockatoo were free to supervise, sparring was off limits. And not that he would ever admit it, but Katsuki still couldn't bring himself to go all out with his explosions around Zuku. Not since what he used to use them for. So no, he wouldn't go all out with his quirk on Zuku until Katsuki was sure he had done everything he could to apologize and make it up to him. He had let his best friend get away once before, and that was his own fault. Katsuki sure wasn't going to make the same mistake again. And as always, the nerd was reading his face like an open FANG book. The F, you staring at? You're thinking too much again. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Of course, Zuku knew. The nerd could tell you what someone across the planet he never met was doing in that moment. Kaken. We are here now. Not there. Zuku, you can't just? I overheard from Kaminari and Kirishima that you really let Tail Boy have it when you were getting changed, even brought up specific laws about discrimination. Katsuki from then would never have done that. He would have agreed. Katsuki now though? He's my best friend. And I don't take kindly to people insulting my best friend. So put him up, Kaken, the demon nerd said with a grin, raising his fist. Katsuki just hissed but grinned nonetheless and shoved the nerd on the shoulder. Yeah, I'm amazing and you're obsessed with me. And speaking of obsessed, I saw the way you were checking out eye bags. You mean Shinsou? You got a quirkener for him? Huh. A quirkbon. A shadowy vine wrapped itself around Katsuki's mouth before he could even finish. The nerd meanwhile was red-faced and wide-eyed, the exact face he knew Zuku would have made. Katsuki popped a few light explosions over the shadows and they melted back mist, letting his cackles be heard. I was right. Shut up, the nerd grumbled. Just make the cookies already. Unless the oh-so-great Kaken can't even do that. F off, nerd, I'll show you cookies, they'll be the best goddamn cookies you've had in nerdy life, you curly-haired nightmare. Love you too, Kaken. Nah, that would eye bags. Bakugo Katsuki. The lights barely flickered, casting unsteady shadows across the wooden floor. Glass bottles lined the shelves of the far wall. Behind the bar stood a misty figure, dressed to the nines and gently polishing tumblers. Sat in front of him, slouched on a stool with a busted Game Boy clasped between chapped hands, was the face of a revolution. The screen affixed to the wall crackled to life and both people snapped their attention to it. We have a target. Prepare yourselves. And it was there, in a dingy bar hidden in the Kamino ward, that the collapse of hero society began. Shoyuta sipped from his thermos and eyes over the rest of the conference room. Hizashi was sat to his left, scrawling out the schedule for the next week at his radio station. To his right, was Izuku, nose deep in a notebook, and from what Shoyuta could glance from the hurried writing, it was an entry dedicated to Hawk's fierce wings. More of the staff lingered around the room, most drawn to the plate of pastries near the door. The Yamazawa family had steered clear. If Nedzu put out pastries, he was buttering them up for something. They knew his tricks. Most of them. The rat god cleared his throat, and those mingling found their seats quickly. Now, I'm sure you're all curious why I've called another meeting so soon after we already had one after the entrance exams. Fear not, there are little to no changes taking place. It would be illogical to have any changes take place 2 days before the school term starts, Shoyuta drawled. So what exactly are you planning? Not a trace of emotion could be gleamed from the rat's beady eyes, but Shoyuta held the stare nonetheless. We will be having a new member of staff to teach foundational heroics. The rat ignored the uproar from the rest of the staff. Shoyuta was said too. He had his fair amount of disagreements with his family, but he could put up with them. Adding someone new, a stranger, this soon to the start of the year? It was not a good idea, and Nedzu had to know that. So something else was going on entirely. And if the tiny grin pulling at Nedzu's mouth was anything to go by, the rat knew just what Shoyuta was thinking. Guess they'd be having a meeting later. Is it a retired hero? Izuku asked excitedly, because of course his son would bypass the entire betrayal of the matter for the chance to nerd out over a hero and get a new entry into his notebooks. Having him sit in on meetings was a regular occurrence since the boy had started UA. After just 2 weeks of personal lessons with the rat, and Izuku had finally started coming out of shell more, adding that exact sprinkle of chaos to the household that Shoyuta or Hisashi never knew they needed. Not to mention the strides the kid made in combat, learning the capture scarf quicker than Shota had, and mastering his quirk. And boy, what a quirk it was. If only Izuku believed in himself half as much as he did in others to use their abilities, their kid would be unstoppable. Not retired, Nedzu said slyly, tapping his tablet and making the door to the conference room. Swing open. I am here. Izuku squeaked and passed out. After Izuku had woken up and promptly freaked out for another 15 minutes, Nedzu had explained All Might's purpose and 2 forms to the staff while Shoyuta slunk away to the coffee machine, keeping one eye on his kid and the buffoon. Don't get him wrong, Shoyuta understood All Might as a hero and could respect the man. But as for the symbol of peace? Well, just never bring it up when Shoyuta has had too much to drink because that's a night wasted on debates of its impact on crime rates and underground heroics. Only Izuku could put up with those long-winded tirades. But the kid was still a hero-worshipping fanboy, and this was All Might. There was no way his kid would say something bad. Is it true you can only keep up your current form for 2 hours and 57 minutes at the moment? Izuku asked with a wide grin. You're so cool, All Might sir, doing all you do to keep everyone safe even with your injury. Shoyuta snickered at the sight of All Might's shock. My boy, that's a how do you know? Oh, just a theory strung together from a few videos I've seen. Shoyuta snorted into his mug. Few being thousands. You're worse when it comes to cat videos. Problem child. Young Yamazawa, if you don't mind my asking, how old are you? All Might questioned. Shoyuta studied the man carefully, waiting for any sign of malice to appear. 14, sir, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Before All Might could question further, Nedzu piped up. Izuku here was taught by almost all the staff personally in a variety of subjects. I would not hesitate to say he is the most versatile combatant, on and off the field in this room. Also, Yagi, unlike you, Izuku already has a teaching license. At 14, All Might asked, my boy, you are incredibly impressive, I apologize. I look forward to working with you as well. All Might sir, one more thing? What is it, my boy? Shoyuta sighed as Izuku bowed deeply and held up his notebook. Can you please sign this for me? Jiro was feeling pumped. Second day of class with a bunch of amazing people. Everyone was just so manly. Everyone had given it their all in the exercise yesterday, and he couldn't be happier to be in a class of people who all had dreams they were trying so hard to achieve. Plus, he had Mina in his class. She was one of the few people in his life that saw behind the hardening and sharky smile. They'd been together through thick and thin. He was there when the first person called her a freak. She was there to dye his hair when he had his whole breakdown a week before UA. She was his sister in everything but blood. But times like this made her a bit too much. Come I know you must think something. I told you Mina, they're all manly I know. Mina sighed and twirled around him as the pair walked to you, the morning breeze nipping at their skin. He happily smiled and waved at the people who recognized their uniform and cheered them on. He would be their hero one day, the hero for the everyman. A wall for everyone to lean on. Unbreakable. There must be someone that caught your eye. I know your type, babe, and there's a few people in there that fit the bill. Mina, he sighed. The only person who I think is really cool is Yamazawa. Did you see the way he just grabbed Ojiro by the collar and lifted him up? With one hand. And then he was just smiling again. Yeah, and I like what he said. Aijiro glanced at her, watching Mina kick a stone as they walked. Mina, has anyone said anything to you since we started? Oh no, really I'm fine. It's just, I always feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know? I'm still the only one in our class that looks like me. Hey, I think you look pretty cool. And if anyone disagrees, he began, hardening his fist and raising it into the sky. They'll have to deal with me. Thanks, babe. But let's get going, we don't want to be late. Classes passed by pretty quickly, and before they knew it, lunch was over and it was time for their first ever foundational heroics class. Aijiro saw at his desk, waiting when the door opened and Yamazawa walked in. Aijiro knew he wasn't the only one in shock over their TA's hero costume. A sleek black jumpsuit with green piping running down the sides of his legs and arms. He wore black fingerless gloves, the steel-capped knuckles glinting in the classroom's light. A forest green scarf was draped around his shoulders, eerily similar to Aizawa-sensei's, and he had sturdy-looking boots laced up to his knees. A utility belt was attached at his waist with many pockets and what Aijiro made out to be handles. Does he have knives? Aijiro wondered. A hood hung loosely over his head and the class yelped slightly as something moved from within it. Yamazawa simply pulled the black mask down from his face and grinned at the class. Welcome everyone to your first foundational heroics class. I'll be taking the class while your teacher is coming through the door like a normal person. The class went wild. Teams are displayed here. Aijiro looked up from admiring his costume, having been way too obsessed with how cool it looked and how well the support company had done on making his design a reality compared to some of his classmates. But he shoved that aside. It was time to prove himself, battle trials that defined their progress for the rest of time at UA. He would work his hardest and do his best. Teams: Uraraka and Shinsou. B. Kirishima and Hagakure. C. Ojiro and Ishido. D. Bakugo and Ida. E. Todoroki and Tokoyami. F. Aoyama and Yaoyorozu. D. Siro and Sato. H. Koda and Shoji. I. Azui and Kaminari. Aijiro looked over at the tap on his shoulder, glancing about until he caught sight of the floating gloves. Hey, Hagakure, right? That's me. You're Kirishima, huh? You ready to win this? Hell yeah. He cheered. So how did they make an invisible costume? What do you mean? Your costume. It's invisible, right? This is my costume, she said happily, waving her gloves. They said there wasn't a way to get the DNA-infused fabrics like Midnight has because we're just students, so it's better than nothing. Hagakure, Aijiro said softly as he slipped the top of his costume off, a reinforced sleeveless shirt, thin pads of armor laced between the fabric. He handed it to her. My quirk rips my clothes, and they told me they would sort it out. But I think you need to talk to a teacher about this. He couldn't see her face, but he noticed the moment it clicked for her. He held his shirt out and she took it with a shaky hand and slipped it over her form. Let's ask Yamazawa. I'm sure he'll know what to do, Aijiro offered, holding his hand out awkwardly. He just told himself to act like he would if he was helping Mina. Somehow it helped. The pair made their way over while the rest of the class were discussing strategies of combining their quirks. Yamazawa saw them coming and came over, looking between the two. Kirishima, Hagakure, everything okay? Costume change? Jiro heard the soft wince from beside him, and gently squeeze Hagakure's hand. It seems the support company made a mistake. I don't want to sound like I'm blaming them or anything. It's just I was given DNA-infused fabric because my clothes tear, but they told Hagakure students don't need it. All they gave me were the gloves and boots. I thought that was what I was supposed to use. The pair watched as Yamazawa took in their words with an impassive face, only a single twitch of the eye. I see. Yayorozu. The ponytail girl snapped to attention and dutifully walked over. Yes. Were you also told you would not be allowed to use DNA-infused fabric? It's not allowed for students, that's what the information from the briefcase said. Yamazawa sighed heavily. Please create a copy of the gym uniforms for you and Hagakure to use for the remainder of the training session. This is mandatory, you will both change and no longer wear those costumes. Not until I have a visit to the support company. Up first Team A as heroes and Team D as the villains. All might, sir. Ida said immediately upon the words leaving the hero's mouth. There are an uneven number of teams, how will this be remedied? The class turned to the quiet giggle from behind them. They turned to see Yamazawa standing by the ballot boxes, a single ball held between his fingers with the letter C written on it. I'll be seeing you two soon. Ashido cheered and threw thumbs up. Ojiro paled. I'm glad we're partnered up if I'm honest. And if Hitoshi wasn't already having a strange morning, that would certainly have done it. His partner, Uraraka, was glad to be his partner. It's easier to work with friends, you know. He almost choked. Friends? Yes, same. Hitoshi said. Is that how people talk? Why am I so bad at this? Begins with M and rhymes with nuzzle. Shut up, brain. So, any strategies? Well, Bakugo seems frustrated? Pent up. He suggested. A few screws loose? Right on the nose. I don't see him being the defensive type. And Ida, the guy seems okay, but despite the speed, he's rigid as hell. I don't see him being able to really get into the role. Definitely defense. Hitoshi looked up at the building. They had been given 10 minutes to plan, well 15 because of course Yamazawa had to save the day like a knight in goddamn shining armor, with his sunshine smile and stupidly emerald eyes, and their time was slowly ticking away. It'll probably be hidden on the 3rd floor. They know your quirk, so will probably have cleared the room. Uraraka knelt down and scooped handfuls of gravel from the pavement into her pockets. Boom, I've got bullets. Think you can float up and check what floor it's on, see if we're right? I'd make myself too nauseous, I don't want to become a liability right away. Hitoshi nodded, he could respect that. Guess there's no way but heading in. If we get to Bakugo, how confident are you in your sparring skills? Not too much. I'll try and trap him then, you find the bomb. With the gravel you could trip Ida or at least incapacitate him long enough for me to get to you. Uraraka considered his words before she nodded with determined glint in her eye and she held her fist out to him. He bumped it with a smile before the pair entered the building. Gonna wash some brains? Weirdo, he sighed, resisting the urge to chuckle. He couldn't even describe how it felt, the complete ease this girl had with his quirk. Maybe friends wouldn't be a bad thing here. The telltale sounds of explosions came echoing from ahead, and with a nod, Uraraka bounded off up a nearby stairwell while Hitoshi waited patiently. He rocked on the heels of his boots, glad they'd added reinforced steel caps to them, and to his gloves too, and of course Yamazawa had to have had the same thought, of course he knew quirkless combat. Eyebags. Here goes nothing. Must be nice having your boyfriend in the class, you ready to impress Yamazawa? The F-dash? The nerd's not? Bakugo's voice was cut off when a hazy look appeared in his eyes and his posture went ramrod straight. Could have gotten a hold on him sooner, you just had to know if they were together. Hitoshi approached carefully and extracted the capture tape from his belt and wound them around Bakugo's wrists, only dropping his hold when All Might called out over the speakers. Young Bakugo has been captured. Hitoshi immediately stepped back and braced for an impact of some sort, but Bakugo merely stared at the tape wound entirely around his wrists and gauntlets before throwing Hitoshi an assessing glare. After almost 10 seconds of a stare down, he finally spoke. Good job, Eyebags. But I'll win next time. Taking the feral compliment for what it was, Hitoshi went to respond with something normal, something any person would say. You wish. He had a death wish, which was the only explanation. You don't just provoke the walking stick of dynamite, not if you wanted a guaranteed funeral. But of course, like everything else in the day, Bakugo surprised Hitoshi by grinning wider. Bring it, eyebags. The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. Sheet Uraraka. Hitoshi tapped on his comms. You good? I'm fine, not so much. Gravel was perfect for clogging engines. So how should we do this? Do we stick together or one of us go out there and the other defends? Mina asked, stretching as she waited for her partner to respond. She wasn't too worried going against Yamazawa. Sure, he had lots of training, but none of that could stop from melting under her acid. And her partner seemed like a pretty good fighter. They had a chance. I'm going to beat him. Huh. Yamazawa. He's cocky. I'm beating him. Mina frowned and stood, walking to the bomb Jiro was facing, and she took in the fisted palms shaking by his sides. Hey, Ojiro, if this is about what happened yesterday? Shut up. You wouldn't get it. Freak. Mina flinched back. 10 minutes of prep time is up. Young Yamazawa, you may enter the building. To stay back and don't get in the way, Ojiro spat, storming to the door and moving to fling it open. But it didn't budge. He jostled the handle, pulled at it, even tried using his tail. It wouldn't move. He pounded against it, slamming his hands on the wood, but nothing worked. She stood there, still watching him. Freak. It's all she ever would be. In a world of quirks where even having a tail was normal, she would always be a freak. Pink skin, black scara, horns, acidic secretion. She was a monster. Her vision dimmed, it seemed like the world was darkening around her. But then she heard Ojiro's confused cursing. What's going on with the light? Mina dared to glance around and saw it. The windows were slowly shrinking. No, something was covering them, a weird black film seeping from the edges and staining the glass black, trapping the light on the outside and basking them in darkness. Now, a voice said from somewhere in the room. Mina flinched. Ojiro yelped. I thought I taught you yesterday, Ojiro. Something brushed past her leg and Mina recoiled, slamming into the bomb. A horrid scratching sound pierced the room, nails dragging on chalkboards but amplified to the extremes. Something cold but soft, icy yet inviting wrapped around her arms, and she could do nothing to refuse its hold. The light flooded back into the room. Yamazawa stood between them, a cat quickly slinking into the confines of his hood. Mina gasped as she examined the black misty cloud on which she was floating. And Ojiro was trapped up to his neck in jagged black crystals. Villains are incapacitated. Why young Yamazawa wins. He found her after class had ended. She was leaning against a tree, eyes red-rimmed and vacant. Mina, he said gently. Hey Ei. He was silent a moment before holding his arm out. He heard about what happened. Caught Yamazawa reprimanding Ojiro once again. She linked hers through his. Want to come over tonight? Ma can cook. One simple morning, that's all I ask for, Hitoshi groaned internally, clutching his thermos tighter as he caught sight of the swarm outside the UA gates. Now Uraraka's text made sense. 7:46 Look out for the mob. Mind cleaner. 7:55 Thanks for the heads up. He could honestly say Uraraka was the first real friend he had made since his quirk came in. Sure, his home life was less than stellar. The current house was at least aware enough that they couldn't do anything permanent, not with a hero hopeful under their roof. But Uraraka didn't care, she didn't sneer. She joked. She made a cheesy but joke and Hitoshi was so glad. What he wasn't glad about was a sudden microphone shoved into his face. Are you a hero student? Is All Might teaching you? How is he as a teacher? What's your quirk? Before he could even react to the bombardment, something heavy and strong landed on his shoulders and dragged him through the crowd. The reporters parted around the clearly unstoppable force that Hitoshi himself was getting taken along with. It was only when they were through the gates did the slamming sound behind them finally break Hitoshi out of his shock. He looked behind him to see massive metal gates blocking out the press, and he looked to the side to see a sharky grin. Hey Shinbro, you good? I saw you getting harassed and couldn't let one of my classmates get treated that way. Let's head to class, yeah? What did you? His mind whirled a moment. Shinbro. You're my bro. It was super manly how you took down Bakugo yesterday, so quick. Your quirk is so useful for those quick takedowns. Thanks. Just stating facts. Come on, let's go. Sensei's looking mad. Hitoshi looked over to where Aizawa was glaring at the gate, seemingly as annoyed with the press as the students were. He shrugged his shoulders and followed the other embodiment of sunshine who would be a staple of Class 1A. Once sat at his desk, Hitoshi promptly downed the rest of his thermos, and it was no sooner that Aizawa-sensei walked in, and of course, was followed by Yamazawa. He was in the classic UA uniform, but while in the last few lessons he had the green scarf around his shoulders, today was another matter. Instead of a shirt and tie, he had opted for a present mic hoodie that Hitoshi did not recognize at all. He had his blazer over it, but what caught his eye the most was the lump in the hood. Something was in Yamazawa's hood. 5 seconds, Aizawa-sensei said once everyone had found their seats. But it could be better. I reviewed the footage from the battle trials yesterday. Shinsou, Uraraka, good teamwork and breakdown of predicting enemy movements. Bakugo, learn restraint and anticipate your enemy rather than charging head-on. Ida, reduce your rigidity, both mentally and physically. A hero is flexible of body and mind. The four of them took in the varying praise and critic with determination, prepared for the next time they could prove themselves. Aizawa-sensei went through the rest of the class until the one that had been on everyone's mind became known. There was an empty desk in their class after all. I will not go into much detail here out of respect, but I will say this, their sensei began. Like Yamazawa stated during the quirk apprehension test, UA has a strict no-discrimination policy. Be it sexism, racism, homophobia, and quirkism. You are all aware that Jiro is not in this room right now, as he is currently facing a suspension of undetermined length until Nedzu approves a final punishment, pending board review. I will not take kindly to people believing they are above their peers for a simple factor such as their SXL orientation, their quirk, or their appearance. Is that understood? Only when the entire class had made their agreement aware did he continue. Moving on to what the rest of homeroom will be focused on. This is a very important announcement, something that will define your future in heroics. The class fell silent under the weight of the anticipation. You will be picking a class president. Hitoshi twirled his pen, staring down at the blank scrap of paper. After Ida had mangled to wrangle the class into doing a vote, each person had been given a piece and told to write who they thought would be the best person for the role. His eyes glanced over the class, taking in the options. Ida. Too rigid. Too standoffish. Ashido. Too loud. Bakugo. Uraraka. Was staring at him and shaking her head, mouthing no. With a smile he wrote her name down and popped it in the hat Yaoyorozu had created. After a final tally, Yaoyorozu had 5 votes. And Kirishima had 4. Congratulations, Aizawa-sensei drawled without a speck of emotion in her voice. Yaoyorozu is class president and Kirishima is vice president. We promise to uphold the standard of the post, she promised. Yeah, we will be the manliest duo. And manly? Yaoyorozu asked. Manly? Anyone can be manly, it's a state of mind. Confident in the face of everything. Ashido just sighed. Never change EI. Students were swarming the corridors, he knew it would happen. The alarms had asked for an orderly evacuation, but when had things ever gone correctly? Izuku remained where he was, perched within the vents, observing the chaos from the other side of the grate. His phone was in his right hand, the screen switching from camera to camera every few seconds, each angle of the UA grounds being displayed within a minute to him. Students assumed it was the press. Izuku knew it was something more. Then he felt that ever-familiar bone-deep calling. Dusk had found something. He twisted his body and crawled through the twisting ducts until he found her crouched before a grate, the one to the staff lounge if he remembered correctly. Shuffling to her side silently, he peered down and held his breath immediately. A man in his early 20s was there. Izuku knew all of the staff and he was not one of them. The light shined off his greasy pale blue hair, and even from where he was observing, Izuku could make out the dry chapped skin. It reminded him of that year, the one in the abandoned building. He knew how that neglect felt firsthand. A few moments passed as the stranger rifled through the contents of a disorganized desk. All Might's desk, his mind helpfully supplied. When the man grasped a paper, Izuku's eyes narrowed as the man used only his index finger and thumb. It was curious, but what made it odd was the way the man purposefully avoided letting his other fingers anywhere near the page. 5-point touch activation. Destructive if he is that careful. The intruder of the gate most likely. Exit strategy would be dangerous indoors, could create structural instab. The air pressure seemed to drop, and his eardrums popped as a purple mist appeared before the stranger. It wasn't darkness though, Izuku knew what that felt like. This was something sentient, and that much was apparent when a person walked out of it. But rather than a face, they had glowing eyes trapped within a matching misty purple form. Izuku and Dusk silently watched the pair walk back through the mist before they disappeared and the pressure returned to normal. Finally taking a deep breath, Izuku turned and cracked a grin when he saw a faint red light glinting off Dusk's collar. It was a finicky design he and Power Loader had spent weeks perfecting, but her collar now functioned as a high-class tracker with a built-in camera and microphone. The feed was directly uploaded to a secure server that only he and his parents had access to, and its first field test had gone well. Only when he was sure that the coast was clear, Izuku popped the grate open and leapt down, with Dusk landing on his head. He got out his phone and dialed the third number in his contacts. "What have you found, pup?" Netsu's chipper voice was strained. "There were 2 intruders in the staff lounge, I'll send you the recording. They rifled through All Might's desk for something, no idea what. I've got an idea of the quirks, but it'll be better discussed with the others." Understood. The cover story is the press broke in, but as far as I can tell, none of their quirks seem able to disintegrate our gates. It was the intruder based of his incredibly conscious tactile movements. I'm assuming a 5-point activation, most definitely destructive. Izuku froze as he mentally ran through the schedule for his classes for the next 2 weeks. Will we be postponing the trip? Netsu was silent a moment. You were scheduled time off while 1A is at the USJ, correct? I'm assuming that isn't the plan anymore. How would you feel accompanying them as a precaution? Your role as the TA would do little to our suspicion, rather than having another pro tag along. Sounds good. I'll be there. Thank you, pup. Lunch had come to a close and the chaos had died down by the time Izuku had sent the videos to the staff with a short burst of his analysis. He entered one as classroom and waited for the students to come filing in before announcing the news of their trip. Dusk was curious to say the least. Life was interesting to her, ever since it had stopped. That night in the alley was lost to the recesses of her mind, but all that could remember was that her master had been her savior, and she would give whatever she could do to repay him. And if that day ever came, where her debt would be repaid, she would still remain by his side. No one else understood the shadows crawling beneath her coat much like Master. Nuzzling her head against his neck, Dusk curled tighter around him in his hood, relishing in the shade from those infuriating fluorescents. And the noise. Humans were pests. Simple as that. None of them were worth her time, none of them worth basking in her glory. None but Master. Oh, how she hated when his endearing mumbles turned to the common self-deprecating comments. Yes, she could communicate with him, but there were many times Dusk wished she could speak the tongue of the lesser man, so she could ease his worries. She would stalk all his fears and sink her claws into them if she could. Either way, humans were pests. They had ignored her greatness in her previous life and left her to rot. They had abused and ruined her poor master, damaging his souls. But there were very, very few exceptions other than her master. The first 2 were the new guards. Yes, it had been 4 years. Yes, she would not trade the pats from the black-haired one for anything. But neither of them would ever be held in the same regard as Master. No one could. But they had their attributes that she would deem beneficial to her and Master's existence. The loud blonde one attempted to give her what she remembered as delicious food, until Master had sheepishly informed him of Dusk's diet. Or lack thereof. She never understood why Master got nervous. Dusk found it rather interesting that she herself had no need for food. Yet another reason she was above the others. The black-haired one though. He was sneaky. Dusk didn't think something as trivial as a red infuriating dot could trap her mind so much. 10 whole minutes spent away from making sure Master was okay because her primitive feline mind was too transfixed by what Dusk knew was just a red light. But her body leapt and twisted in the air to catch the uncatchable. And no, it wasn't fun, no matter how much Master said he could feel the fun Dusk was having. So the guards weren't too bad. They would never be like Master. But maybe they were safer than the other lessers. The Oracle was another matter. Dusk knew the humans liked to stay in large packs, families she believed they were called. But the apparent head of her master's strange new family was one like her. Their first meeting had been interesting. Cloudy white eyes gazing into beady black. And then he chittered. He was prey, but also predator. Enemy but kin. Needless to say, ever since then, Dusk had decided it was better to avoid the strange chimeric creature for as long as possible. There were few enemies out there that even Dusk herself couldn't face. Maybe Master could. Going from the rumbling around her body, it seemed like her master was talking. Words were always confusing to her. She could sometimes notice the emotions some humans had. They wore emotions like a mask. But with Master it was safer. She could feel his thoughts, his intentions carved into her very being. No words had to be passed between them. Dusk knew her master and Master knew her. He was excited but worried, a strange combination that Master hadn't had for a while. Something about a journey to new place. Dusk's tail flicked nervously. Her master would be going somewhere without her? He hadn't mentioned anything, but they never went anywhere separately. Before her panic could spike, she felt a soothing reassurance run down her spine and spread to the ends of her paws. Dusk settled as Master continued addressing the group of lesser humans his age. She had nothing to worry about, she would always be with Master. Dusk abruptly shifted in the hood, eyes twitching around. That couldn't have been Master, the voice was loud. And the fact that it was an actual voice. Is there something there? With an assurance from Master, Dusk slinked down the armhole of his blazer and landed on the ground silently. She eyed a girl with strange things dangling from her ears and a boy with many arms look in her general direction, but neither really noticed her. Kitty? Dusk's head whipped round to the back of the room. What she had first thought was some sort of rock or climbing perch turned out to be a human. He sat low in his chair, trying to hide himself despite how open the room was. She padded over the floor, weaving around desk legs until she was sat under his desk. Can you hear me? So it was his voice. This lesser being was communicating with her. She didn't know whether to be intrigued or insulted. Only Master should have that privilege. Are you lost? What's your name? She had enough of this game. I am your empress. Address me as such, she demanded. You don't deserve my name, only Master does. Who's Master? Empress? Better. Master is better than you. Better than all of you. Is you Master our sensei? Fool, I'd never let that black-haired human know my secrets. Master is the green savior. Oh, you mean Yamazawa. He is Master. The rock boy had seemed to relax slightly. This wouldn't do. Humans should fear and respect her, not be comforted by her. There was only one human she would ever comfort. He deserved all her attention. It had to remedied. Rock boy, you are my new seat. You will not talk or disturb my slumber until Master collects me. And with that, she leapt onto the boy's lap, ignoring his soft coo as she fell to sleep. My name is Koji, but you can call me Rock Boy if you'd like. Izuku sighed into his capture scarf, staring enviously at his dad sat happily with a thermos full of coffee in the front seat of the bus. He didn't understand how other people his age could have so much energy halfway through the day, without having at least 4 mugs of double-shot coffees. Was it unhealthy? But it worked. At least Shinsou looked in a somewhat similar state as him, curling up in his seat trying to sink his face into the collar of the gym uniform. Izuku stamped out the thought of taking a few more seconds to just look at the boy, choosing to instead stare hard into the ground. Until someone broke him out his stupor. Yamazawa. He turned slightly and took in the person beside him. Yes, Azui? Call me Tsu. I tend to just state things as they are, no use beating around the bush. He could appreciate that. What exactly is your quirk? We only really saw a glimpse of it in your battle against Ishido. Hell yeah, bro, it was super manly how you took them both down. Kirishima cheered. Those black clouds were awesome. That glass stuff was crazy, Kaminari added. Izuku shuffled uneasily in his seat, shooting a worried glance to his dad. Thankfully, the bus stopped, and his dad stood tall. Quiet. We're here, everyone off the bus in an orderly fashion. He gave a respectful nod to Kuro's, aware of what their speech would entail. He knew that they had a giddy look on their face beneath the astronaut helmet. Rescue heroics was dear to their heart. Kuro's was a special person to Izuku. Someone with such a powerful and destructive quirk who wielded it purely for safety and the longevity of others. He knew his parents meant well when they reassured him, but when Kuro's told him, it was easier to believe it coming from them. Izuku was vaguely aware of Uraraka gushing to Shinsou about her love for Kuro's, but Izuku was too busy pretending to scratch his ear beneath his hood to listen. He was too focused on letting Dusk nuzzle his palm. She seemed a tad uneasy. And he couldn't blame her. Izuku cast his eyes across facility and its various zones. Wherever there was light, so existed the dark. As long as it was there, Izuku could feel it. The first few weeks after Inko, it had been a meter around him. After his time on the streets, 4 kilometers. After the 3 years, 6 months, and 8 days of training with his parents and family at UA, well. Regardless, he extended his mind, latching on to any stray sensation that was out of place amidst the various areas of simulated chaos and disaster. As Kuro's was wrapping up their speech, Izuku's head snapped toward the central plaza where he sensed the ever-familiar drop in air pressure. Eraserhead, he said neutrally but loud, calling on all his years of training. It wasn't time for the emotion of dad or the familiarity of Aizawa-sensei. If Izuku's calculations were right, and they always were, these were villains. Central Plaza, same quirk as the Intruders. Students behind me. The hero pulled his goggles down over his eyes and the class and staff watched as a misty portal opened up, a few feet tall. And then it grew. Taller and wider. It grew till it almost reached the breadth of the plaza. And then a hand reached through. Izuku pushed down the disgust at the sight of several disembodied hands littering the young man's body and instead focused on the shaggy pale blue hair and dried-out skin, recognizing him immediately. 5-point activation, most likely disintegration of some sort. Understood, his dad replied shortly. Is this the first test? Kirishima asked uneasily, looking back and forth between the villains and them. No villains, father and son said simultaneously. Yamazawa with me. 13, get the students out of here. Dimen hobo. Bakugo roared, being dragged back by Kirishima with the rest of the evacuating class. You can't take him on just the two of you. There's too many and it's too effing bright for the nerd. Don't worry, Kaken, Izuku said, unholstering a thin cylindrical object from his back. Clicking a button on the side, 2 parts extended from either ends till he was wielding a sturdy black bow staff. A pro hero is more than a one-trick pony, his dad added, raising his capture scarf as the two descended into the fury. Izuku would take his last breath before admitting Kaken was right. It was too bright in the plaza for him to use his quirk as effectively as possible, so it seemed he would have to stick to quirkless combat. But that was never a problem. His own green scarf shot out, ensnaring itself around a hulking man's throat. He was more muscle than man, with a gruesome scar running across the bridge of his nose. Izuku got a good glimpse of it when he reeled the man in with a tug and slammed his steel-capped boot into the man's chin. Not wasting a moment, he used his now unconscious foe as a battering ram against 3 oncoming villains before finally unfurling his staff and yanking his staff out the ground. Thankfully, none of them had bothered to steal it from right next to him, but he'd make them regret it. Izuku twirled it deftly between his hands before striking out and catching a woman across the knee and punching her throat as she fell. She hacked and clutched her neck but went down with a shoulder to the back of her head. Hearing heavier footsteps than normal, he stole a glance up to see a bull-headed man, some sort of minotaur mutation quirk bulldozing toward his dad. His dad, who was already occupied with 3 villains. Izuku ran until his lungs burnt and kicked off the ground with as much power as he could muster, launching across the air. The bull-headed villain came closer into view, and Izuku waited till the right moment to hook his staff around his horns and swing his legs over onto the man's back. He hooked them around the man's chest, and used his staff to steer the villain by the horns out of the direction of his dad. "Ride him, cowboy!" He cheered out impulsively. It seemed part of the villain's quirk let him stampede uninterruptedly, with a downside of limited cognitive capacity. The man was a dumb, unstoppable train wreck that he was riding through villains, taking down much of the crowd in the plaza. And then he felt it. The increasing darkness in the entrance, blocking the doors. He stole a glance, almost losing balance but quickly adjusting himself on the bucking villain. His worst thoughts were confirmed when he saw students begin falling through misty gateways and feeling them reappear in darkened areas of various zones. He hoped no one was alone. Hitoshi was so glad he had a knife. It was one hell of a gamble hiding it in his uniform on a daily basis, but managing to sneak it into his gym uniform was another. He knew it was technically not allowed on school grounds, but Hitoshi had learned early on, a knife would sooner defend him than any teacher or family member would. And of course, on the one day he thought he was finally in a place he could maybe be safe without it, villains attacked them. As Hitoshi mentioned, he hasn't had the best of luck in life. And to top it off, he had landed in a pool of water with a shark-headed villain swimming toward him. But as stated, he was glad to have a knife because the villain was now swimming away with a sliced nose, leaving a trail if misty red in the water. Before Sharkhead could react further, a blur shot through the water and seemed to hit the man, sending him plummeting deeper. As his lungs burned even more, Hitoshi swore a pink blob moved toward him, but he yanked from that thought both mentally and physically as something dragged him out the water. Moments later, he landed on something hard and Hitoshi heaved in a lungful of air. He took a few moments to gain his bearings, looking about at what seemed to be a ship that he landed on. "Are you okay, Shinsou Ribbit?" Shino Tsu asked. "Yeah, I'm good," he said hoarsely. "Thanks, you really saved my butt there." The pair peered over the edge of the boat and looked at the multitude of villains gathered in the water with their eyes fixed on them. They ducked down instantly and looked to each other. He noticed her paling skin and recognized her shaking hand. "Tsu, look at me. I've got your back, okay, just like you had mine. We're getting through this. Understood?" She took a shaky, uneasy breath, but nodded. "Any ideas?" He mulled it over a moment, peering at the myriad of villains, many with acquisitive favorable mutation quirks, when it dawned on him. "They don't know our quirks." That missed guy. He said they were here to kill All Might, they're organized kind of. But they don't know our quirks. Why would they send you here otherwise?" "You're right," she said. "They should have sent me to the avalanche zone. I don't do well in the cold." "Duly noted. Any other parts of your quirk that could help us out?" "I can leap and stick to surfaces. My tongue extends 20 feet. I can secrete an acid like mucus and upchuck my stomach." "That's okay. Mobility. You're clearly adept in the water and with parkour, I'm guessing. Either way, avoidance is safer. I can only break stone slabs with single kicks. My legs are powerful." "Tsu," he said with grin, "remind me not to get on your bedside. I can distract them while you sneak under and maybe take a few out. I'll get as many under my hold as I can to ease it for you, and when enough are down, we make a break for it. What do you think?" "Sounds good to me." Before they could act, massive shadow fell on them and the pair looked up to see a looming wave slice the FNG ship down the middle. "Change of plan," Tsu said calmly, her tongue wrapping around his torso as she leapt down, her feet crunching in a spray of blood as she used a villain's head as a stepping stone. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh through the shock as Tsu obliterated the closest villains by simply using their faces to brace the impact of her landings. He had seriously underestimated her quirk, but it made sense. Frogs had to have strong muscles and skeletal structures to be adept for jumping, and considering she was human-sized, that muscle and bone density would have only multiplied exponentially. Guess she literally kicked robots to pieces in the entrance exams. Before he knew it, they had made it to the shore, with the few conscious villains making a hasteful retreat to an opposing beach, screaming about rabid frogs as they swam. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Tsu, you're officially my new favorite hero." "Sorry, Eraserhead." "Call me Froppy," she said with a shaky grin, her chest heaving. "Oh shit, you must be wiped out. Here, hop on," he said, turning his back to her and crouching, pun intended. She slapped his shoulder playfully and climbed aboard his back. "Thanks, Shinsou." "Where to?" "The entrance? I reckon we should see if 13 is okay. They looked pretty bad before. I imagine the others will do the same." "Lead the way." The pair carefully followed the beach until the sand gradually shifted to stone. Hitoshi stayed low to the ground as he moved, keeping his hold on Tsu strong but not enough to hurt. In case a villain leaped out, he didn't want to hinder her more than he already had. He seriously needed to work on his combat skills, gain some muscles. Yamazawa had some really nice ones, those biceps, goddamn. But as they came up a few steps, they saw a sight that froze them in place. A towering, muscular thing had Aizawa-sensei in its claw-tipped hands. It was massive, easily as tall as All Might, with the build to match. What was worse was the exposed brain and bird beak on its head, and the bulging eyes. It was a freak of nature that wrenched Aizawa-sensei's arm back with a sickening crack. And then, Yamazawa screamed. Izuku was ashamed in himself. It was super unmanly what he and Bakugo had done, and now the image of 13 was burned into his mind. Part of him wouldn't keep quiet, reminding him he got in the way, that they would be fine if it wasn't for him. "With me." "Shitty hair." "Kirishima." Izuku snapped from his daze to look at Bakugo, shaking off his feelings. Now wasn't the time. Villains all around them, fires burning in nearby buildings. But he was with one of the most powerful people in the class. And if he remembered, the blonde had a sweat-based quirk. The heat would only help. "Yeah. I'm with you, Baku bro." "The F? Did you just call me? Let's do this, Baku bro." He cheered, hardening his arms and chest and diving forward. Training with Mina during the summer had paid off. While he helped her work on her strength and general endurance, she had helped him avoid stiffness and improve flexibility. If he made it out alive, he would definitely thank her profusely. He slammed a hardened fist into the gut of an incoming villain and swept their feet out from under them. Grabbing a hold of their arm, he twisted until they stopped thrashing and then lent his weight on the already straining bone to support himself. With a deep breath, he lowered the hardening on his upper body and encased his foot in a layer of the unbreakable skin that swung a wide, arching kick-out. He balanced on the villain's arm and managed to catch the jaw of two villains with his kick. Finally letting go of the villain, he saw Bakugo run toward him, and in that moment he understood. Not a word had to pass, but Izuku crossed his arms and knelt just as Bakugo leapt forward. The blonde landed on his hardened forearms, and Izuku drove his legs up despite the burn in his thighs and launched Bakugo into the air. The blonde flipped before moving his palms out and raining down explosions on the villains. And all Izuku could do was stare in wonder. Stare at soft yet sharp blonde locks, at deep fiery ruby full of passion and determination, a grin of pride and certainty in his own talents. Mina had asked him, and before he didn't really have an answer as to if anyone caught his eye. But this beautiful blonde bombshell. Izuku was effed. "What are you staring at, shitty hair?" Did Bakugo give him a nickname? He wasn't just an extra as he had heard the blonde call others in the class. Yeah, he was definitely effed. Just such a cool takedown, Baku bro. Teeth, nothing special. He raised a hand at Izuku and he instinctively hardened, but the explosion he anticipated popped off a meter to his right and behind him. He turned to see a person with an apparent chameleon quirk suddenly appear, dazed and smoky on the floor. "Work on your situational awareness, shitty hair. You better not die on me." "You got it, bro. Seems like your attack took out pretty much all of them. Should we go help our classmates?" "Those extras can take care of themselves. These are bunch of shitty but villains, and if they're all this tough, they'll be fine. Did you see the battle trials, shitty hair? Don't get your panties in a twist." Bakugo, he was just so manly. Other people took his crude statements at face value, but Izuku heard the care and worry laced in his voice, not to mention clear pride and recognition in their classmates' abilities. And he didn't even care if people said stuff to or about him. Bakugo just took it on his chin and couldn't care less. He just wanted to succeed, be number one, nothing else mattered. And if there was one thing Izuku was weak for, it was someone with a lot of drive. His first girlfriend had been a swimmer on a national level without having an aquatic quirk at all. His ex-boyfriend volunteered at the care homes and wanted to be a doctor one day. And Bakugo, his drive was unlike any other. So, where are we going then? I'm going to take down the warp fucker. Isn't that what got us here in the first place? Izuku countered. And now we are going to make up for it, goddammit. The pro got injured, cause of us, and I ain't letting that purple motherfucker act all high and mighty. Fucker had a metal brace around his neck, which means he has a physical body. Bakugo turned to him with a feral grin. With me shitty hair? Got it, Baku bro. Fair. Sped out of the conflagration zone and made their way down the path leading to the plaza, where they were joined by Todoroki. The villains said they have a weapon to kill All Might, he said with a dry monotone voice. They were rather easy to dispose of, however. We're taking out the warp fucker. With us. The dual-haired boys simply nodded and ran with them up the path. They ran up the stairs, but were stopped by a heart-wrenching scream. Kyoko was not having a fun time. Firstly, she'd been unable to join her class in the battle trials because some JRK from Gen Ed, with a sound quirk, thought it'd be funny to blast their scream through a speaker, and she had passed out from how amplified it came in through her ear jacks. And then on the first ever heroics lesson she goes on, a field trip no less, villains just had to FNG invade. At least she was with Kaminari and Yaoyorozu. She'd met the guy during the exams and the two had quickly bonded over their love of pre-quirk indie music and Vine, a treasure trove that somehow no one else knew about as far as they knew. If she was honest, she knew something was up with him no matter how much he denied it. So what? Sue her if she looked into if UA supports people with ADHD and autism. She was worried for her friend. He had made enough silly comments about his dumb mode and when he couldn't focus. Kyoka could see right through it. Yaoyorozu she couldn't get a read on. Kyoka hadn't grown up in the best of neighborhoods. Being musicians for a living doesn't earn much unless you're famous or nepotism. Her grandparents weren't rich, and her parents weren't rock stars. They taught piano lessons to kids. Their family apartment was enough for her, but she had seen enough darkness in her time to know the truth of the world. So when she walked into UA on day one, she knew right away. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, all rich kids and most likely isolated in youth. It was easy as hell to read if you knew the language. Then you had Kaminari, Kirishima, Hagakure, Sato, the ones who used sunshine and smiles to hide their sadness. 3 were the outliers, of course, Bakugo, Tokoimi, Ayam, the select personalities. But she herself, she fit in with the likes of Uraraka and Shoji. Strong when needed because the home was weak. She saw it in the 3 of theirs frayed second-hand uniform and matching meal cards for those qualifying for the meal plan. But then there was a whole other type she noticed in the class. The silent ones. The hurt ones. Shinsou, Koda, Mina, and surprisingly enough Yamazawa. Yeah, he flashed them dazzling smiles, but Kyoka saw past all that. Focus, Kyoka, that guy has F-swords for hands. She ducked under the falling blade and leapt to the left, watching in awe as Yaoyorozu moved her palm forward and a pole shot out from her glistening skin and slammed into the eye of the blade-handed villain. Kyoka nodded her thanks and quickly stood, jamming her earphone jack into a woman trying to sneak up onto Kaminari. Honestly, her heart was racing a mile a minute, so it made sense the woman dropped in seconds when Kyoka sent an amplified vibration attack into the villain's spine. Maybe the beach would be paralyzed. Thanks Jiro didn't see her, he said with a wince and her eyes widened at the cut across his brow. It's not as bad as it looks. The 3 of them huddled together as villains slowly surrounded them, until Kaminari uneasily piped up. I have an idea, might not work but... What is it, Kaminari? She asked. Can you make copper wire, like a strong and long one? He asked Yaoyorozu while Kyoka kept the villain's back by vibrating the ground, making it too uneasy to take a steady step. Make as much as you can. Jiro, keep the floor like that, we need the wire to spread around randomly. Yaoyorozu made a small tear in the red fabric of her costume around the abdomen, and her skin glistened with light before not just a single strand but dozens of them began pooling at the ground. Kaminari's eyes widened at the quality of the wire, but he wasted no time in hurling out lengths of the wire into the surrounding area, thankful the villains were too distracted trying to stand straight to notice. Yaoyorozu only stopped producing wire when her skin was a sickly shade and her skin was slick with sweat. "You did great, we've got your back now," he said gently, grabbing the ends of the wire and making sure there was enough surrounding the ground around them. "Make sure you to stay right where you are, you two. Jiro, drop the attack." Kyoka gave him an uneasy look, but seeing that determined look on his face, she made a silent prayer and pulled her ear jacks out the ground. A beat passed as the villains gained their bearings, and then they surged forward. Kaminari gripped the ends of the wires, wrapping them around his forearms, and beckoned his quirk forth. It willed to explode outward, to just be released from the confines of his body, but he begged, pleaded, and thankfully it listened. It flowed down his shoulders and through the wire, surging with new life. Wild, crackling arcs flicked off the live wires, and the villains had not a second to react before the wire under all their feet had each of them shaking to their core. Kyoka and Yaoyorozu tucked themselves in close, watching in awe as Kaminari channeled his power through the wire, with a genuine smile on his face. She knew this move, but it was longer than a second and he hadn't gone into that silly mode of his. The theory she shared him with over text was right. He just needed to be grounded and have a source to push the power through. Can't fry the brain if the electricity never gets to it. His hands were smoking gently when he finally dropped the wires and the final villain had fallen. He sank to knees and heaved in breaths, and Kyoka quickly ran to his side. "Fine. Not dumb," he groaned. "Nice one, Sparky," she said softly as her and Yaoyorozu worked to pick him up, slinging his arms over their shoulders. The three of them walked together with Kaminari in the middle, slowly but gradually making their way back to the entrance to hopefully find the others. But froze when an anguished echoing scream tore through the facility. "That thing! How dare it? How fing dare it?" First the villains had the nerve to even enter the facility. And then they dared to endanger his friend's students. But while Izuku had been distracted breaking a humerus of a villain with some sort of Gorgon quirk, that thing made its move. His mind had been running a mile a minute since he spotted a creature. That sickened him for one reason alone. Shadows were interesting things. People assumed they were simply created wherever there was no light, thought that he simply manipulate that absence of light. And he was happy to let people think that, happy to let them assume all he could do was melt and solidify the very concept of shadows. But his quirk, in truth, went well beyond that. Shadows existed wherever there was darkness. And within the human body, where no light dared enter lest the person was cut up, there was a lot of darkness. So when Izuku sensed not just an overwhelming amount in that muscular behemoth, but enough to warrant it being multiple people, he wanted to throw up. Something or someone had managed to combine the existences of multiple beings into one hulking thing. It couldn't possibly be alive, it defied logic, and he wanted to know. He needed to know. The first indicator that there was more to it than met the eye was when the pale blue-haired man said, "Seems someone tipped you off about my stats, Eraserhead. You're not getting as close as you usually do in combat. That means one thing. Time for the boss round, Nomu." The beast snapped to attention. It has a name. Loyalty to the man. Would taking him out calm the beast or send it on a rampage? Attack, Eraserhead. Mottled purple hands the size of his head grabbed his dad fast enough that Izuku didn't even recognize the movement until it was too late. One moment the Nomu was beside its commander, the next it was cradling his dad. And broke his arm. Izuku saw red. Shouts of confusion rung out throughout the USJ facility and people dived out of the way. Students across the various zones stood stock still and watched as their very shadows, things latched to their forms, were snatched away from the bodies. In fact, it seemed as if the entire facility around them had brightened significantly, light flooding into spaces it rarely ever visited. Heads turned and followed rivers of shadows traveling across the facility, flowing closer and closer toward the plaza. The pale-haired man looked around wildly as a mass of writhing black misted seemed to float off the boundary of the plaza. Izuku raised a hand and part of the mist hanging over their heads was eddied down to his palm, settling on his skin. Izuku's eyes were fixed on the Nomu with a glare as he ran forward. He slammed his hands together and the mist unfurled over his arms, traveling across his forearms and settling at the base of his elbow. Izuku was 10 paces away from the Nomu when the mist around his arms bubbled and settled into a thin layer of crystal around his sleeves and gloves, freshly formed shadow crystal gauntlets that were jagged along the knuckles. Izuku roared as he leapt forward, pinging his right arm back and slamming it forward into the Nomu's chest. Only for the gauntlet to shatter. Before he could react, the Nomu tossed his dad aside and grabbed Izuku's hand. He tried to pull it back but the Nomu's grip was unyielding. He cried out as its claws began digging into the soft skin of his wrist, drawing red beads to the surface. Tugging his arm back only made it dig its claws in deeper. With no other choice, Izuku swung his left arm up, hoping to catch the Nomu across the chin with the gauntlet he still had going, but the Nomu hauled him into the air by his pierced hand and hurled him across the plaza. Izuku cried out when his back slammed into a wall and the air was knocked out from his lungs. Spots danced in his visions as his body screamed for him to stay down, too much agony spasming throughout his skeleton. He could barely drag himself to hear the man complain about All Might not being here, and something about killing students. Izuku raised his head weakly and looked across the plaza to see Shinsou and Tsuyu huddled together, eyes wide. And it seemed that the man had noticed them too. Izuku could barely bring himself to move, but he raised himself onto unsteady legs, drawing his staff to support himself. His eyes widened and he yelled out when the man reached out a hand, fingers a breath away from grabbing Shinsu's face. And nothing happened. Izuku almost sobbed in relief when he saw his dad barely sitting up, a single red eye having saved Shinsu's life. "You're really so cool, Eraserhead," the man said, his voice now booming enough for Izuku to make out from all the way on his side of the plaza. "Nomu, fix this bug." He saw a hand grab his dad's hair and smash his face into the ground. Twice. 3 times. He couldn't tear himself from watching the horror unfold. "Stop," he managed weakly. Not Shoyuta, not his dad. The man who brought him home, who held him when the night terrors became too extreme, who shared sips of his coffees without questions asked, who loved him with every fiber of his tired heroic being. "Stop it. Stop it. Leave him alone." The pale-haired man simply laughed, but Nomu stopped, standing still and awaiting orders. "Who are you to make me do something, you NPC? There's only one of you and you couldn't even lay a finger on my Nomu. You want me to stop? You and what army?" Izuku was shaking where he stood, but where there was fear and worry before, all that coursed through him was white-hot rage. Pure vitriol running through his veins and directed purely at the purple monstrosity and its dried-out husk of a commander. Her. Izuku finally pulled his hood down, which had somehow managed to stay up throughout the fight. The man narrowed his eyes at the strange rope around Izuku's neck until Dusk peeked her head out. And the man just laughed. "You have a FING cat HRNSS on under your costume. Pathetic. What good will a cat do you MC? My Nomu was engineered to take down All Might." "She's not a cat," Izuku growled out. "Dusk, transform." The cracking of bones rung out throughout the plaza as Dusk landed in front of Izuku, her small form shaking. And yet, slowly but surely, her form began to grow. Her legs thickened with cords of muscle and her spine elongated. The fur of her tail melted into a thin whip of wispy smoke and her eyes sharpened into slits. What were once thin yet sturdy claws were now thick and dripping with a black tar-like goo. And she stood tall, her head held high and muzzle pulled back as she hissed at the Nomu. It was a scratching, agonizing sound and the pale-haired man flinched back. Izuku took a step forward, stroking Dusk's neck. She was now the same height as him, but he knew this wasn't a permanent fix. They probably had 15 minutes before she had to shift back. So he wasted no time and climbed aboard her back, pulling his staff free from its back holster. The pale-haired man had begun scratching at his neck, muttering beneath the hand affixed to his face. "Nomu, get rid of this NPC." "No." The man flinched at the iciness of the tone. "What did you say, you brat?" "No. You don't get to order it around and not witness it all firsthand. Izuku ground out. He raised his staff into the air, summoning shadows from the overhanging cloud down. They coalesced around the end, and with a twist of his wrist, the mist hardened into jagged crystals. The crystallized end dropped to the ground with a heavy bang, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. You have no right to decide whether the life of others should be snatched before their time has come. Beasts following orders given by beasts following orders. Are you even the one in charge? Or are you just following endless orders being barked at you? Izuku's eyes narrowed as the man stepped back, shock clear in those semi-obscured eyes. It's time you see the reality of your actions. Welcome to class, I will be your teacher. The last thing the pale-haired man saw before the cloud of darkness descended upon the plaza was Izuku's feral grin. Shigaraki Tamura was panicking. Seriously panicking. Sensei had entrusted him with this mission. It would be the first ripple in the tsunami wave that washed away the rot of hero society. Especially All Might. He was a tumor on the world, creating a cesspool of immorality. Violence breeding violence. And yet he was glorified it. Tamura was sick of the world, sick of the black and white view, sick of the fake heroes with fake smiles and fake intentions. So when Sensei had finally said it was time, that he could be entrusted with one of the doctor's latest projects, Tamura had been excited. But then All Might hadn't shown up. First glitch in the game. And then there was that green-haired NPC that was fighting with Eraserhead. But there are too many kids for him to be a student according to the schedule they saw. And he was too young to be staff. Yet somehow, the brat had managed to take down a good 2/3 of the villains in the plaza, while Eraserhead was able to still have enough energy to take him on and avoid Tamura's attacks. Second glitch in the game. And then the FING NPC brat pulled that quirk out of nowhere. Where had it been all along when he annihilated the weaklings in the plaza? Tamura had assumed that the NPC had some sort of strength enhancement quirk with the way he was laying attacks on them. Tamura swore he could have genuinely seen someone's head go almost all the way round when the brat roundhouse kicked them. Third glitch in the game. But it seemed the game had shut down completely when the brat had lowered that dome. Hence the panicking. Tamura usually kept his cool. He had been through a lot of crap. Hell, he was the chosen student of Sensei. He survived each and every one of the doctor's weird, required experiments. Sparred countless times with the Nomus he now ordered. But one thing he could never overcome in his 21 years was the dark. Usually it wasn't too much of an issue. He would make out the shape of his hands, details in the room like the amount of tiles in the ceiling and how the leftmost row were all slightly wider than the others. But right now, standing amidst the descended shadow cloud, Tamura could see nothing. Not even an inch in front of him. Everything was completely black, not a microscopic speck of light in sight. He felt his chest heave and breath quicken, but all he could process was the lack of anything. And then it came, like it always did. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, darkness meant raised hands and a yelling man. It meant a crying woman and a sniffling girl. It meant quiet barks of something that made his heart warm. And none of it made sense. He had never felt warmth. Time before Sensei was cold and unforgiving, Sensei had told him. So why did he have memories of a horrid man before Sensei, a loving woman, a lying girl, and Manchan? Who's Manchan? Darkness makes us face our fears head-on. Tamura whirled around to where the voice was, or at least he think he did. A dizzying sensation was slowly gripping onto him the longer he stood in the blackness. What does it make you see? He clutched his chest, his pinky finger unconsciously raised away from his shirt. There were images flashing through his mind, like an old film reel playing on repeat. Times of happiness and anger. Somehow, it was impossible it had to be, but somehow, it was a life before Sensei. Before the itching that never stopped. But it couldn't be. Sensei doesn't lie. Sensei couldn't lie. Sensei is good. Sensei is righteous. He stuttered in his mind. I see your shadows, they're clear to me. Sensei is good. Sensei is righteous. You think you are Tamura Shigaraki. Sensei is good. Sensei is Rai. But you are Tenko Shimura. Izuku knew the moment the young man collapsed into a mumbling heap clutching his hair that he was no longer a threat, So he turned his gaze onto the mindless beast that stood masterless. But that didn't make it any more dangerous. It seemed the beast sensed a disturbance in its master, and despite the darkness, it still sensed Tenko's presence. Because that was Tenko Shimura and not Tamura Shigaraki. The shadows of one's soul were easy to observe when Izuku bathed both him and his target in darkness. Mental darkness was still an aspect of his quirk that was newfound to him. Not to mention his souls. The approaching Nomu gained his attention, and Dusk hissed at the creature. Izuku tightened his grip in her fur as she launched forward and sunk her claws into its skin, dragging them down its arm, but Izuku watched as the injury sealed itself over. Enhanced strength, regeneration, some sort of absorption or nullification. One definite weak spot, the brain. Only option, overwhelm the body and target the flaw. Dusk understood him before he had to worry about a thing, and she pounced back from Nomu as it swung its arm. Had they still been on, it would have thrown the pair much like it did to Izuku earlier. But instead, she did something he wasn't expected and used her back paw to cut the Nomu's hand. And the hand dropped to the ground. The mindless creature stared at it a moment as its body worked to regrow bone and muscle, giving Izuku the time he needed so desperately. Dusk had 8 minutes left in this form, and her own strength was nothing against Nomu's. He couldn't risk her getting any more hurt or, that hadn't happened since he found her in the alley. The scar was still across his stomach today. So he slid off her back and, despite her clear protest, dragging his crystal warhammer with him. Protect Dad, okay? He didn't dare take an eye off the Nomu's regenerating hand, but still offering her a hand carding through her fur. It's slice and dice time. Dusk mewed softly but bounded off outside the dark cloud. Izuku vaguely heard yelps of surprise from his students, but he focused on the Nomu. Gripping the end of the staff tightly, Izuku hauled the hammer up with burning arms and swung it at the Nomu, letting go of the pole just at the right moment. The jagged edges sticking out of the crystal hammer managed to embed themselves into the Nomu's back. It barely turned its beaked head to stare at him with empty eyes before kicking its leg back to get him. Izuku instinctively raised his crossed arms, and a portion of the cloud solidified into a wall, but the force of the kick was enough to blow him back a few feet. Izuku breathed deeply and prepared himself. If this worked, then it would be great. And if it didn't? All Might would have to get to them fast. He swirled his wrists through the air, and the cloud around them thickened, curling over his arms and trailing over his costume until he was covered from his feet to his jaw in writhing darkness. Izuku saw the shocked expressions of many students, and thankfully, his dad draped over Dusk's back. It was time to end this. With a massive yell, crystal javelins shot out from the shadows surrounding his skin, thick piercing poles of blackened glass that whistled as they flew and sank through the Nomu's skin. The first one went clean through the Nomu's palm. The second pierced its chest. The next dozen made it look like a pincushion. But they kept coming. More and more, the javelins growing less aerodynamic and more jagged, less thin and more wild. Until finally, Izuku stood there in his costume without an essence of darkness left on him. The Nomu had been pierced by dozens upon dozens of crystal javelins, a puddle of black blood oozing around its feet. Even those empty eyes were purely lifeless. But Izuku always made sure. He pulled out his knife, the most simple of his weapons and his most trusted. He used the interlocking sections of the crystal to climb the Nomu's prone figure before he was face to face with it, and plunged the knife into its brain. It seemed the Nomu had enough life left to scream its final word, and with a twist of the blade, Izuku ceased its sounds. He hopped off the corpse, swaying on his feet. He looked over himself, grimacing slightly at the amount of tears in his costumes and the bruises he could feel forming. It already hurt to breathe, and the black spots dancing in his vision definitely weren't his quirk. A faint booming sound came from his right, and Izuku barely had energy to see Kaken flying toward him. Behind his friend, he watched Tenko fall through a purple hole, but then sight was blocked by worried eyes. "Zuku? You nerd, you overdid it," the blonde cursed, but Izuku could hear the worried tinge to his voice. He spared a glance down and saw the grayed skin of his fingers, as if he dipped himself in monochromia up to his knuckles. His friend just held him tight and close. "I got you, nerd. Hobo's okay too, the hairball is with him." "Snot hairball," Izuku slurred. And then the world went black. Hisashi had never been more grateful for Dusk. The second the tracker on her collar went offline, the staff knew something was wrong. Izuku would much sooner risk damaging his own equipment, put his own life on the life, rather than do anything to endanger Dusk. She was his lifeline, his best friend. She kept him going. And then each camera to the USJ facility shut down, and none of their communications went through. And it only got worse when minutes later, Tensei's younger brother came running down the paths connecting the varying areas of the UA campus. All Might had gone on ahead, why wouldn't he? But Hisashi was shaking as he ran alongside the rest of the staff. Nem kept stealing glances at him and he knew, but his lips were pressed into a thin line. They had to be okay. His husband was one of the most ruthless and efficient combatants he had ever faced, and their son was a butt-kicking enigma of his own. Not to mention the leaps in training Dusk herself had made. He hoped she wouldn't need it, but her transformative abilities would definitely help against the villains. That's where they were running, into the heart of the storm. A swarm of villains had invaded the USJ and thanks to Tenya, the heroes were finally made aware. And as the facility came into view, with the group of injured, empty-eyed students huddled around All Might, Hisashi felt the first crack in his heart. He froze, the other heroes rushing forward to direct the oncoming police and ambulances and reassure the students. But Hisashi froze. Because the group of few medics who had gotten there first were wrapping bandages around a weeping wound on Shuda's head. He could barely make out his husband beneath splintered bone and mangled flesh. His breakfast threatened to spill past his lips, but he forced it down. The medics were taking care of him. Shoyuda would be fine. He had to be fine. He couldn't lose Shoyuda, they had to be together. He couldn't do loss again, not after Oboro. Hisashi took an unsteady breath and forced his fists to stop shaking. He recognized Kuro's behind closing ambulance doors, their back looking worse for wear. His family had been put through the ringer. The familiar sound of curses being barked out drew his attention, and Hisashi turned to see a sight that was ever so bittersweet. There was his son, looking worse for wear. Bruised cheeks, blood dripping down his arms, and his fingers were all gray. He went too far, Hisashi mused. All in all, his son was not doing well and clearly the medics around him were trying to assess the damage. But of course, his overprotective Pomeranian of a best friend was not allowing a single person near the boy. Back of you masked freaks, I don't care how many medical degrees you have or any of your stupid qualifications. I'm only letting Mike-sensei check him out, so back the F off, he yelled, crackling some weak explosions with one hand while the other made sure Izuku would not slip off his back. And even when he was somehow cursing out medics, Katsuki kept his volume in check enough to not jostle his friend. I'm here Bakugo. I'll take it from here and make sure he gets checked out, Hisashi told the medics, flashing his classic pro-hero smile to assuage their worries. The medics left and once he was certain the other students were preoccupied with talking to police or medics or other heroes, Hisashi turned his attention to Katsuki. How's he doing? Bruised and banged up as F-, but that's not what I'm worried about, the boy growled out, holding one of Izuku's hands up to reveal the graying flesh closer for Hisashi to observe. I tried some light explosions, but they won't fade. Don't worry, kiddo, they'll only fade when he's awake. Katsuki, are you okay? I'm fine, Cockatoo. We all got split up, I ended up in that fire spot with shitty hair. The villains didn't stand a chance. I'm glad, but still get checked by a medic, Hisashi said, holding a hand up to silence Katsuki. I know your quirk, kiddo, your wrists are probably strained to hell and back right about now. I'll take Aizu. The boy grumbled for a moment before handing over Izuku and walking over to the area where the medics had set up to treat injuries, not before looking back. Let me know when the demon nerd wakes up, I'm killing him for going overboard like that. Got it, kiddo? A soft mule drew his attention, and Hisashi carefully crouched down with Izuku in his arms, peering into the bush. He smiled at the white eyes looking back at him. Hey girl, you coming with? Dusk leapt from her hiding spot in the bushes and latched onto Hisashi's arm, climbing her way up till she was sat on his shoulder, her tail curling around his headphones. Her eyes were fixed on Izuku's battered and bruised form, a broken sound escaping her. He'll be okay, sweet girl. He has to be, Hisashi reassured. As soon as his eyes cracked open, Shoyuta tried to shoot up only to be restrained by bursting pain across his body and a pair of hands pushing him gently back down. He could barely make anything out until something touched his face and suddenly he was assaulted with a slit of light in his right eye. "Sho? Are you okay?" He would know that broken voice anywhere. "Zashi," he said weakly, his voice hoarse and head swimming in agony. "Where's Zu? Kids? Everyone's okay, you did good." Shoyuta sighed softly and finally took a moment to assess his surroundings. Despite the infuriating pain radiating across him, he could make out the stiff plushness of the mattress beneath him and the scent of antiseptic clinging to the air. Not nice enough to be Recovery Girl's office, but definitely clean and uncomfortable enough to be a hospital. Which meant his injuries had to be bad. "What happened? Do you remember much?" Hisashi asked slowly. "Plaza, villains. Leader was young, had a Nomu." Hisashi sighed softly. That thing. It's disposed of now. All Might. Sho, do you know what exactly happened before you passed out? He scrunched his brow as much as he could with bandages tightly holding his body together. Flashes of the plaza shone in his mind, taking out villain after villain, a dance of dodging against their leader and then the Nomu. Whatever it was, his quirk had no effect on it. It was clearly fast as hell, strong as hell, probably born in hell. Shoyuta vaguely recalled using his quirk on the thing's commander before everything went black. But between it all, a glimpse of green. "What did Izuku do?" Shoyuta asked weakly. "He took it down. Alone. Dusk was looking over you and according to the students' statements, the darkness traveled to the plaza. He drained the shadows from the entire facility to do it, practically turned the Nomu into minced meat. Gray. Up to his knuckles. He's asleep right now, I was just with him," Hisashi said, and Shoyuta finally took a moment to really look at his husband. He saw ragged green eyes heavy with sleepless nights. He had a concussion, 3 broken ribs, a fractured wrist, not to mention the amount of bruising along his spine. Neither of you have enough energy for Recovery Girl, so it's a few more days here for the two of you. Shuta's heart ached to rip his IV out, wrench the monitors from his hand and run to Izuku's room, and card his hands through those unruly green curls. "How long?" "It's been 2 days. With what little energy he had, Shoyuta grasped Hisashi's hand and tugged him forward until the blonde was nestled against his side, his head on Shuta's chest. It was a routine the pair had gone through since their own time at UA. It started back when Shoyuta first learned what loss truly meant. Up until Shoyuta had crafted walls and intricate passages to lock his heart beyond, having known firsthand how much more betrayal stung when it came from those closest to you. But when his true friends, his family, were rocked with the loss of one of their own, the couple had been at lost. Boro, he was their light. Anyone who dared call Hisashi or Shota slur when they first started holding hands would be whipped round the face with a dense cloud. His contagious laughter filled rooms, and his smile, it was so goddamn bright. And after that day, during their work studies, Shoyuta had to witness firsthand the extermination of that light. Shoyuta grounded himself with Hisashi's presence. But Hisashi always needed something more, and right now as they laid together on the rickety hospital bed, he knew his husband was listening to his heart as it thrummed in his chest. The world was clearly in chaos, the scales of good and bad being upended, but right in this moment, all Shoyuta could bring himself to think of was how goddamn lucky he was for the greatest husband and the most amazing son. The box jostled on his lap as his train finally came to the stop for Mustafa General Hospital. It had been 2 days, and Katsuki had been messaging the loud cockatoo nonstop. Apparently Zuko had woken up early in the morning and Katsuki had to let out some small explosions in his room when he discovered the hospital wouldn't allow guests until just before midday. So of course he did the one thing that could seethe his worries and rage. Append the kitchen. His old hag had seen how volatile he could get since his quirk came in. Nitroglycerin secreting through your sweat glands isn't exactly the healthiest thing. It lowered his heart rate and blood pressure, so his body pumped additional adrenaline throughout his system to combat that. The downside was his apparent increased anger. And his family did their best. The old hag may have been an old hag, But that was his old hag and no one would dare say something about his family. Especially his dad. No one spoke badly about Bakugo Mizura, lest they face the wrath of his son and wife. So when his rage got too bad, or the thoughts swirling in his mind were too loud, Mitsuki had taken Katsuki and forced him into the kitchen. She berated him with the details of the Bakugo extra spicy curry, and something about the chopping, sautéing, soft simmering, and the endless skis set something at ease in his chest. He was only 7 at the time, but every time things in life seemed to get a bit too much, Katsuki knew that the kitchen would help him de-stress and just exist. And when he and Zuku had finally put their past behind them, he discovered his best friend had a love for the baked goods, so he was determined to become the best baker around. He spent 4 weeks making batch after batch of cookies, donating them to orphanages and care homes around the neighborhood until they were finally good enough. A month on his brownies and 2.5 weeks on his cupcakes. Nothing but the best for Zuku. And that is how he found himself walking away from the receptionist's desk with a room number in his mind and a box of red velvet cupcakes that were obviously dyed green because his best friend was a freak. Katsuki knew he had the right door when he saw something staring at him from under the chair outside Izuku's room. "Keeping watch?" he asked, knowing she wouldn't respond. Katsuki knew how Dusk felt about him. Izuku had told him enough after the hairball had tried scratching his eyes out the first time they met. But aside from their differences, they could bond over one thing. They both would rather die than see their self-sacrificial idiot fall. Katsuki didn't bother knocking, he hadn't for the last 4 years, and the site he entered to did nothing to deter him. 2 beds were situated in what he was told was a one-person room, but the people in them made it all make sense. The bed on the left was empty while the one on the right held what looked like a mummy with long black flowing locks, and a sobbing Zuku who was bruised to hell and back with his hands wrapped in thick bandages. He grunts as the cockatoo gives him a tight hug before Zuku finally notices they have a guest in the room. "Kaken." Katsuki dumps the box of cupcakes on the table between the 2 beds before hauling Izuku into his arms and crashing onto the empty bed, hugging him tight. "You selfless a-hole, what the hell were you thinking? I bet under these DMN things, you're gray down to your wrist." The green-haired boy laughed sheepishly, sniffling and settling in Katsuki's grip. He never initiated hugs himself, or contact in all really, that was usually Zuku's job. But seeing him in the facility, when the nerd had passed out in his arms, Katsuki had thought the worst. But he was here, he was real. "Uncle Sho, you good?" Even with the bandages tied around his face, Katsuki could tell the hobo had a brow raised. Silence remained steady in the hospital room, until the man weakly replied, "I will be kid, don't worry." "So, what delights did you bring us now, kiddo?" The cockatoo asked as his hands reached for the box, but Katsuki slapped his hands away and grabbed the box, dumping it on Zuku's lap. "You know the rules, nerd gets first pick," Katsuki said, grinning at the look of betrayal on his uncle's face. "You wound me, Katsuki. Wound me." All eyes turned to the teary laugh as the nerd opened up the box and took in the dozen green cupcakes, with his favorite cream cheese frosting liberally piped on at least 2 inches high. "Thanks Kaken, you're the best." "DMN right I am nerd. Tuck in, I'm sure the food in this place is shitty. Plus I added some multivitamins into the batter, because I don't trust you to keep up with whatever the doctors give you." His friend had the decency to look sheepish. Whenever they sparred, Zuku stupidly refused to take any pain medication or have vitamin supplements. He still had lingering fears of Inko. The beach had given him placebo pills whenever he asked or just gave the nerd sleeping pills to stop harassing her. Even now, it was one of the few behaviors he had still not been able to break out of, so Katsuki did his best to keep his friend's health in check. "Kiddo, we're heading back to campus soon. The doctor is coming by to give us the discharge papers and then these 2 are having a quick visit to Recovery Girl. You staying around tonight?" Katsuki nodded and the man left the room, presumably to call his old hag and let her know. Somehow against all odds, the cockatoo and his hag had become friends. They constantly chatted away animatedly, and it was revealed that they were the Bakugos of Bakugo Fashion Incorporated. The cockatoo had almost burst everyone's eardrums with his excitement. Needless to say, the 2 were fast friends. At least it meant he could hang with the nerd without either parents worrying about the 2 of them. Izuku sluggishly sat up as Recovery Girl's lips receded. He was thankful that he could finally breathe without it feeling like sandpaper dragging across his lungs thanks to his newly healed ribs, and majority of the bruises had faded. But since her quirk wouldn't work on his wrists till they were back to normal, they would be kept in splints and bandages for now. A quick check under them at the nurse's office had revealed that only the skin around his very fingertips were still gray, so in a few days he could return to have her do a final healing session. But either way, 3 ribs and spinal bruising took a lot of energy to heal, and while his best friend was staying around, Izuku could barely keep his eyes open enough to even see Dusk sitting on his lap, let alone talk properly to Katsuki. He was so exhausted he didn't even realize he was being moved before he cracked his eyes open and saw doors passing by them and spiky blonde hair. "Kaken, I got you Zuku," his friend said, not even breaking his stride as he carried Izuku on his back through the empty corridors of the school. "What do you say to one of those pre-Quirk films you love, some cupcakes and crappy takeaway?" Even through the fatigue, he still managed to smile. "Kaken's the best. DMN right." His eyes fluttered shut once more and they opened again when something swatted his nose. Izuku knew she wanted attention, but he could barely bring it in himself to do it until something warm was pressed into his hands. The scent was the first thing to rouse him, and Izuku managed to sit up and tiredly sip at the coffee, sighing softly as the warmth eased his dry throat. Half the mug was drained when he bothered to finally open his eyes and see that he was on his bed with Dusk beside him and Katsuki ruffling through his drawers. "Bottom, at the left," Izuku murmured, taking another sip. He knew what the blonde was looking for. No matter how many times he stayed the night, Izuku always had to remind Katsuki where his clothes were. The blonde grinned when he finally found his Black Skull t-shirt and a pair of limited edition All Might sweatpants. He grabbed the matching pair for Izuku and his present Mike hoodie. "Need help?" Katsuki asked, his tone softer than usual. Izuku knew he was worried. It was evident enough in the tension of Katsuki's brow and the way he kept biting his lip. Izuku shook his head and lethargically slipped his t-shirt off and sighed happily when the hoodie was over his skin. He took off his shorts and slid into the sweatpants as Katsuki finished changing too. Once ready, Izuku scooped Dusk up and she climbed him, resting her head against his as she curled around his neck. He flipped the hood up till she was bathed in darkness and then slid across his bed to make room. Katsuki flopped beside him and grabbed Izuku's laptop, loading up a movie. He wasn't too focused on the plot, having seen the film many times before. The caffeine had done its job, and Izuku felt somewhat more awake when Katsuki handed him a green cupcake. The pair munched on the treats quietly until Katsuki picked his phone up. "One of extras have been asking about you a lot," he mumbled, a sly grin growing on his face. "A certain eyebags was quick to ask how you were. Everyone else in the group chat just went on about your quirk." "Interesting." Izuku buried himself deeper in his duvet, suddenly very invested in the battle scene playing on his laptop and ignoring Katsuki's smug grin. "No clue what you're on about. Come on, just spill Zuku. I see the way you stare at him in class when you think no one is locoing." "Oh yeah? Care to explain why I see you do the very same thing to a certain redhead?" "So you admit to staring at eyebags. Which would mean you admit to staring at Kirishima," Izuku stated plainly. Katsuki promptly shut his mouth and Izuku grinned. "I'm sure you're all aware why I have asked you all to come today," Nedza begun, taking in the worried faces of the staff around him, sans Shoyuta and Hisashi. He knew his cub would make a fast recovery, but his fur raised unconsciously whenever he thought to the intruders. But he would not let his hackles be so easily agitated. Those who broke into the USJ have labeled themselves as the League of Villains, and according to intelligence gathered during the incident, they came with the aim of taking down All Might. Eyes spun to face the symbol of peace as the skeletal man sat there with a deep look in his eyes. "I have nothing but apologies. Had I known my presence would bring these kind of attacks to the school, that it would threaten the lives of the students, I never would have come. None of that now, Yagi. The past is unchangeable, but the future is. And on that note, I'd like to introduce the lead detective on the love case, Detective Tsukachi." The man stood, giving a nod to All Might before addressing the staff. Hello all, I wish I could be here under better circumstances, so I'll get right to it. We were able to arrest just under 100 villains, but unfortunately the Warpgate villain and the one with the decay quirk got away. The body of the Nomu has been sent to the labs for identification after Nedzu informed me of suspicions that it has been bioengineered rather than it being some sort of quirk at play. He handed around a stack of files before taking a deep breath and continuing. What's more is that the criminals we did apprehend have all been on the lower scale of crime. Robberies, assault, batter. Not things you'd expect for villains that would attack UA, and that leads me to believe that majority of them were recruited to act more as cannon fodder than this being a large-scale organization at work. We've identified the young man with the decay quirk as the ringleader of the break-in, with the Warpgate villain as acting as secondary command. Additionally, thanks to Power Loader and the pup, we were able to gain camera footage of parts of the break-in and learnt vital information regarding the leader. The Warpgate referred to the man as one Tamura Shigaraki, but of course, that name doesn't exist. There's not a single record of someone called Tamura Shigaraki in any database I have looked into. However, the young pup also used his recently awakened shadow telepathy to gain a lot more insight. Unfortunately, and Yagi, I do apologize for this, the villain's real name is Tenko Shimura. The pressure in the room increased tenfold as All Might subconsciously puffed into his muscular form, smoke trailing off his skin. You're certain? 76%? Nedzu replied with ease, keeping his gaze on the man. If it is true, it means he is the grandchild of Nana and did not pass with the rest of the family as suspected. What's more is, he presents an incredibly childish personality with a sort of obsession with video game terminology. It acts as a sort of crutch to his otherwise inhumane acts, a way of rebelling against his own actions. I would go so far as to liken it to a child acting out against a parent. Which leads me to believe that this young man, while having committed heinous acts, is not entirely to blame. What do you mean? All Might asked quietly, his face impassive but his eyes watery. While he is smart and powerful, the young man is naive and unaware, presumably faced harsh discrimination for such a volatile quirk. Nedzu said, and his other message went unsaid. The one how a certain green-haired angel could have been in the very same position had it not been for them. I believe there is some sort of guiding hand in his actions, a mentor or teacher of some sort. He is being nurtured in villainy much like we nurture our students to heroism. And it is my hope that we can push him onto the right path. After all, we should strive to save everyone. Why shouldn't we try to save young Tenko? Shinsou! He barely had time to react before something crashed into his back. Hitoshi's defenses immediately flared, but he stopped when he noticed the telltale brown bob. Uraraka? You okay there? She was clinging to his back with a wide grin. Onward, my noble steed. Excuse you? Onward. He sighed heavily. It was too early for this, but part of him was glad his friend was in a good mood. They'd been texting a bit during the few days off of school, mainly lighter topics. They were still getting to know each other. It turned out they were both cat people, but she preferred tea, which almost had Hitoshi rethink the whole friendship thing. But then she sent him a cat compilation, and he quickly reassured himself that maybe she was worth keeping around. So with no other choice, he awkwardly walked down the school corridors to their classroom as Uraraka babbled on about how her parents had been acting since the attack, hovering around her. How did your parents react? She asked. Hitoshi was suddenly glad she had decided to make him her personal steed, because she wouldn't see the way his jaw tightened. The Fosters hadn't exactly been happy with him, figuring that if they were attacked he must have used his quirk. And apparently, even if his life was in danger and their villains trying to kill him, in their mind he had broken a rule. The muzzle had only been taken off this morning and he was able to finally eat after the 3 days being locked in his room. The same, he managed to say. Hey, is that Ida? The pair looked over to the other end of the corridor where the boy was sat on a bench hunched over a book, hiding the cover as much as he could. But Hitoshi recognized it. He had read it himself when his quirk came in. Everyone assumed making friends would be something automatic. Just introduce yourself and say something interesting enough to gain attention but not radical enough to draw stares. That was the opening line of the very book Ida was reading, and Hitoshi had practically memorized it. It seemed even boomingly loud figures that breathed rules more than oxygen could still have anxiety. He was lonely, plain and simple, and if going by the hurried way he read through the book, the boy was desperate for companionship. Sure, his whole rule-abiding demeanor could be draining, but Hitoshi almost always felt drained, so what was a little more? So, Hitoshi took a breath and called out, "Ida." The boy looked up and immediately snapped his book shut, stuffing it into his bag and rising to a stand with his classic perfect posture. "Shinsou, Uraraka, good morning." "Uraraka, if you are injured you should go directly to recovery girl rather than homeroom. You do not want to unnecessarily stress the injury." And there it was. Behind the rules and rigidity, Ida wasn't acting out of just compulsion, but care. Hitoshi had him figured wrong on day one, and he would do what he could to make up for it. "Plus I'll try guess," he thought to himself. "I'm all good, Ida, just catching a ride to class. Do you like it? It's the newest model of the Shinsou travel line, limited edition with purple coloring. Only one in the world exists." Hitoshi kept his face blank and impassive and simply nodded. "I'm a rare delight." The taller boy spluttered a moment before realizing the humor of the situation and his shoulders slumped. Hitoshi smirked and figured he'd give the guy an out of the awkwardness. "We're heading to homeroom now, want to come with us?" Ida smiled and the three made light conversation as they walked to the room for Class 1A, Uraraka finally hopping of his back when they were outside the door. The class filled out over the next few minutes, and there was a question hanging in the air that they were all thinking. They knew Aizawa-sensei was incredibly injured, the Nomu had really torn him a new one, so the class was curious over who'd be teaching. And then there was the whole matter of Yamazawa. Did you guys see him using that massive hammer thing? That was so manly. And the massive shadow dome. Kaminari added. "A true banquet of darkness," Tokoyami muttered. All Hitoshi was wondering was the way he watched Yamazawa get slammed into the wall by the Nomu, like the guy weighed nothing. And Hitoshi knew that wasn't the case. Yamazawa was surprisingly built under the baggy clothes he typically wore. But he also couldn't stop thinking about how even after being swatted like a fly, the guy had stood back up and went back at it. How he didn't stop protecting Aizawa-sensei for a second. And most importantly, how he had a cat with him the entire time. A cat he so desperately wanted to meet. The door to the classroom swung open and the class waited with bated breath to see who would be teaching them, only to gasp out in shock as the mummified form of Aizawa-sensei walked in, with a worn-out-looking Yamazawa. His eyes were laced with fatigue and there were splints on his wrists. Once again, the green-haired enigma was playing hopscotch with the line between acceptable uniform and fashion extravagance. The same present mic hoodie from before was paired with black cargo pants and bright red high tops. "Good morning, class," Aizawa-sensei said tiredly, his eyes barely peeking out from the gap of bandages around his face. "Sir, are you really okay to be teaching?" It took Hitoshi a moment to realize that he was the one to have asked. "My well-being isn't of importance. What is important, however, is that your fight is not over." A picture of anxiety was poured over the class. Another intruder? More villains? Another Nomu thing? The sports festival is in a month and a half today. "All due respect, sensei," Jiro began. "Is that really the safest option?" "Yeah, what if the villains come after us again?" Kaminari added on, his hands fidgeting until Jiro pressed a toy into his hands. "Honestly, students, if I had my way, this whole affair would be over. But unfortunately, it's not up to me, but the board," he said, with so much disdain dripping from the board that Hitoshi hoped he never had to face them, "has decided to move forward with the festival. Yet, we only allowed it to go on with a few conditions. Firstly, only family of students and pro-heroes are invited to the event," Yamazawa said, standing from his desk to address the class. "Secondly, this is not going to be an internationally televised event for all to watch, but rather only allowed to be viewed in agencies across Japan. Thirdly, we will be bringing in additional security measures for the day and we will do a school-wide run-through of those measures. In case of an emergency or a break-in, as students you are tasked with evacuating the audience members while others deal with the villains." As Yamazawa said, this event will still be shown to pros. You will still have the chance to show your abilities, But we cannot have information about a class who have all been targeted being spread worldwide. So none of you have to worry about this interfering with your chances of gaining an internship after this. And internships themselves are vital opportunities to gain experience in what it means to truly be a hero. The sports festival is where you will show the pros that you are capable. One event, 3 chances in your time at UA, it's not to be taken lightly. Understood? Yes, sir, the class echoed. One more thing, Yamazawa said before the class begun to prepare to leave. I know many of you were not physically injured during the events at the USJ, but that does not change the fact that each and every one of you has gone through something traumatic. I wanted to make everyone aware of UA's counselor, Hound Dog. The pro is fully licensed in psychiatry and child psychology, and I can say, from first-hand experience, that he is incredibly helpful. Hitoshi watched as the words eased a few people in the class, but all it did was lock him in fear. No counselor was ever truly helpful or unbiased, he knew that well enough. But if it would help his classmates, then good for them. Yamazawa, may I ask a question? Ida said with a raised hand. Pretty sure you just did, but go ahead, Ida. I understand you are a teaching assistant, but as someone our age and someone who has not had peers before, will you be competing alongside us? Hitoshi's mind reeled at the question. He hadn't necessarily thought through what Yamazawa would be doing. The guy was skilled, had pretty DM good quirk control, and scarily intelligent if he could be a TA at 14. But Ida had a point, the guy had probably never competed in the previous sports festivals, or any sort of group activity. But all his curiosity ended when he spotted Yamazawa's feral grin. Somewhat, the green-haired boy said. Recovery Girl had finally given him the go-ahead. The splints and bandages had come off and his fingers had finally returned to their normal shade. His quirk drawback was odd to say the least. The grayed patches of skin that would form at random spots on his body would typically not feel a thing. If a lighter was held under them, they'd feel cold. If someone poked them, it would feel like air. He hated to think it, but the grayed parts of skin always felt dead. Shadows and darkness were difficult things to wield, even more difficult control. He had spent months honing his talents, learning more and more about what it truly meant to manipulate the state of shadows. People saw the mist, the ooze, and the crystals and assumed that was all there was to it. And Izuku was happy to let them think that. Only his close family really knew about the exact specificities. Only they knew that darkness existed in everyone. Everyone had a piece of darkness in them, but it wasn't evil. Izuku had to always remind himself that darkness was darkness, darkness wasn't evil. He only truly learned that when he saved Dusk. When he had shattered his own inner darkness and used a piece to revive her. And now he was a part of Dusk as much as she was a part of him. People just like to call that inner darkness a soul. But again, Izuku was happy to let people have their misconceptions. The only person he thought would vaguely understand happened to be in Class 1A. Tokoyami Fumikage was an enigma, both in quirk and personality. A person with a sentient being inside of them, almost akin to a sentient soul. Izuku and Dusk had had many conversations about approaching the pair, but Izuku was worried about what would happen if they were wrong. So he would wait for Tokoyami to come first. He'd noticed the boy's interest, so a conversation would probably occur soon. A short hiss from Dusk broke him out of his train of thought and back to the matter at hand. It was finally time for him to get back into training after all that happened at the USJ, and he had decided to start on some light parkour practice followed by a couple rounds of gym Zeta. It was his dad's personally tailored gym. Each teacher had one that specialized in an aspect of heroic combat, and this one focused on stealth. Izuku figured that he needed to work more on quirkless stealth combat, so he planned to set up some hologram watchmen while he ran the course, docking points for each time he was spotted. For now though, he focused on warming up by doing a few laps around the perimeter of the gym. After 4 laps, when his chest was lightly heaving and his skin was sheening, he began doing his set of stretches. If there was one thing he learned from his family's combat lesson, it was that flexibility and agility were better than strength. You could lift as many weights as possible, but you were a lousy fighter if you were as stiff as brick wall. Izuku had even caught All Might doing a yoga session with Auntie Nem once. So he was in a split, lifting his back leg up at the knee and arched his back until his foot and head touched, when the doors to the gym opened. Only a few people had access to the gym, so he didn't bother turning to see until he heard it. Oh shit. Izuku arched his back further, relishing in the burning strain, until he saw a flash of purple. Oh shit. Hi Shinsou. Hitoshi was actually having a good day. He, Uraraka, and Ida had planned to go to a cafe together on the weekend, and his vote for a new cat cafe had won out. And his fosters had taken the other kids on a trip to Fukuoka, so he had the home to himself, which meant he could go out without worry. And then the cherry on top was him managing to work up the courage to have the conversation with Aizawa-sensei since he had started the class. He knew that his quirk was not inherently combat-based, and that compared to the rest of his classmates, he wasn't necessarily the most in shape. He had good stamina, learning to run quick from bullies did that, but in terms of muscle? Strength? That was something he inherently lacked. So, he went to the one person who knew everything about non-combat-based quirks, his sensei. And when Hitoshi had asked for some advice, maybe a workout plan, the man had surprised him by saying he would give the boy private training sessions every Friday after school as long as it did not interfere with his current studies. That's how he found himself heading down the path toward one of UA's many gyms. This one was apparently under Aizawa-sensei's control, whatever that meant, but he was excited. He swiped the guest pass sensei had given him at the door and walked down the spacious corridor toward the locker rooms, taking in the decor, or lack thereof. Bare white walls and white tiles with thin strip lights. Bare, simple, logical. Just like Aizawa-sensei. Hitoshi was feeling a strange need to cheer and whoop but also throw up. This was a golden ticket opportunity, and he couldn't do anything to squander it. He had to prove himself. So he hurriedly slipped his uniform and pulled on clothes that sensei had instructed him to wear. Something lightweight and flexible that he could move with ease in. With that in mind, he slipped on some loose shorts and a sleeved compression top. Catching a glance at the time, he had 5 more minutes till Aizawa-sensei would be there, so he figured he'd check out more of the gym, especially if he'd be there for the foreseeable Fridays. Leaving the locker rooms, he passed by a large swimming pool and sauna, a locked door to what seemed to be an armory, and finally a set of large double doors leading to the gym itself. He strode through them, intending to maybe do some sort of warm-up, when he stopped dead in his tracks. Because there was Yamazawa. Yamazawa doing the FING splits. And not just normal splits, no. He was somehow lifting his back leg up and arching his back insanely so. And wearing the tightest red shorts Hitoshi had ever seen that clung to muscular thighs, leaving nothing to the imagination. And his FING arms grabbing his leg, sinfully laid bare in the black compression vest. Oh shit. It slipped out before he could control himself. And then the guy had the nerve to arch his back even more to look at him. Hi Shinsou. Hi Yamazawa. The green-haired walking Sin lowered his leg and brought them both in, coming to a stand, the entire move smooth and swift. I don't mean to sound rude, but what are you doing here? Only staff have access. He's with me. Hitoshi almost jumped out of his skin when Aizawa-sensei seemingly appeared right behind him. Situational awareness will be one of the things we have to work on, the man said. Yamazawa, why are you here? Recovery girl cleared me for training. I was just going to do some parkour and a few rounds of the obstacle course. I can go to another gym if it's a problem. It'll be fine, we are only doing light sparring today. Just don't turn the holograms into PC mode again. Yamazawa grinned and gave the two a lazy salute before grabbing his green scarf from the side of the room. Hitoshi watched with barely contained awe as a strand shot out to one of the metal rafters of the ceiling and Yamazawa swung himself high onto one of the mock buildings of the fake city obstacle course that took up majority of the gym. How UA found the budget to build multiple gyms that contained false cities was beyond Hitoshi, but he was willing to take advantage of it. The next hour and a half was one of the most difficult mental battles Hitoshi had ever had to fight. Aizawa-sensei was a ruthless instructor, a good one, but ruthless nonetheless. He gave one display of a move and expected Hitoshi to get it down. And he would have to repeat the move endlessly until he did it to Aizawa-sensei's standards. It was tough, grueling, but he knew it would better in the long run, so he was glad for it. What he was not glad about was that the two had decided to do said sparring drills right beside the buildings that Yamazawa was leaping effortlessly between, his body twisting and spinning in the air as his scarf spiraled around him and flew wildly but with grace. Many times his sensei had to tell Hitoshi to focus, and thankfully the man never actually called out his actions, but he was sure Aizawa-sensei knew where he was looking. And for some reason, whenever he did, Hitoshi swore he could see a twinge of annoyance, maybe anger in his teacher's eye. Maybe he was just protective of his Yamazawa was the pride of UA after all. The sparring drills finally came to a close and his body ached endlessly from the amount of times he had moved a fist forward and had to kick higher than his possibility. He was laying face down on the mat, skiing in lungful after lungful of breath, when his sensei leaned over into his eye view. I need to take a cool, so do some cool down stretches and then head home. Make sure you eat enough, otherwise there's no point doing all this. Understood? Hitoshi raised a weak thumbs up and his teacher slinked off, raising his phone to his ear, but the doors closed before he could hear the conversation. A gentle swooshing sound came from his side and Hitoshi turned his head to see Yamazawa lowering down from the rafters upside down, his scarf threaded around his forearms and thighs. How's it hanging? Hitoshi asked, regretting his words instantly. But Yamazawa laughed, a nice laugh, and with a tug of his wrist, the scarf fell from the rafters and he flipped to a standing stance, letting the scarf drape over his shoulders. Better than usual. I beat my current best time on the obstacle course. What did Sensei mean when he said PC mode? That would be problem child mode. Hitoshi raised a brow. You know I've been part of UA for a while now? Sensei mentioned it. So 1 year in, I couldn't sleep one night so I made a coffee, Yamazawa began, and Hitoshi nodded. Relatable content so far. In hindsight, I should have had the light on because I ended up making was a concoction of instant coffee, but instead of adding water, I added cold brew. Oh, this is going to be good, Hitoshi said, managing to push himself up to a sitting position as Yamazawa crouched beside him. Needless to say, I chugged the whole thing and ascended to another dimension. I had this idea of making the holograms for the obstacle course more personable, less robotic, you know. Sure. I ended up creating an entirely new mode of operation for every hologram in UA, not just the obstacle course. And it made them kind of like me? I just thought it would be helpful, but me at 4 in the morning running on that much caffeine? Only Aizawa-sensei, Midnight and myself have been able to do the obstacle course on problem child mode. And you're the problem child? Hitoshi asked with a small grin. One and only, he said with a sheepish grin. Cute, Hitoshi's mind unhelpfully supplied. What do your family think about this? Hitoshi asked, curiosity getting the better of him. You haven't exactly had the most normal of educational experiences. He saw Yamazawa glanced at the door before turning back to Hitoshi. Keep this between us? If Hitoshi was curious before, he was downright invested now. Of course. I'm sort of technically a ward of you, Yamazawa said quietly, seeming to sink in himself. Been with them since I was 11. Never. Knew my dad and my mother and I split on bad circumstances. Spent some time on the streets until Aizawa-sensei found me. Hitoshi's expectations of Yamazawa shattered under the words. This wasn't a golden boy he had assumed him to be. And it was starting to click into place. Even on that first day, Yamazawa had refused to accept insults thrown at him, probably because he had been on the receiving end himself. Hitoshi figured a quirk related to darkness could have some negative sort of associations. Yamazawa had probably been through his own personal type of hell. And now Hitoshi was left feeling like a massive D for what he had assumed about Yamazawa. Them then, Hitoshi said, not really even sure if what he was saying was right. Clearly your bio parents are stupid to have left you or whatever happened. I'm glad to have known you. You too, Shinsou. You, he breathed deeply. He wanted to do this. You had shown him friends weren't so bad, so why not try it properly? You can call me Hitoshi. And his heart clenched when he was graced with a sunshine smile. Call me Izuku. I got a question. Izuku, he said, loving how the name rolled off his tongue. Do you have a cat? During the USJ, I thought maybe I was seeing stuff, but then I swear I heard the villain say something about a cat. And I was wonder. His rambling was cut off by Izuku pointing toward one of the alleys of the mock city, where the most beautiful cat he had ever seen was slowly walking over. The silver and black marbled coat glistened in the light, but he was most transfixed by the white misty eyes. Her name is Dusk, Izuku said. She's gorgeous. Dusk looked him up and down a moment as she sat near Izuku, her empty eyes somehow assessing him. You are the most beautiful creature I have ever seen, he whispered, lowering his head to her eye level. I would die for you. The next thing he knew, she was in his lap, purring away while Izuku laughed heartily. She approves of you, you passed her test. Test? Hitoshi asked. Fed her ego. She says you're an acceptable lesser compared to others. She means other humans. You can understand her? I thought you controlled shadows. And then the sunshine smile he was basking in cracked, and Hitoshi felt immense guilt. Hey, I'm pretty sure there was someone once who said something about using blades to get rid of ideas that there are bad or villainous quirks. Know that I surely won't judge you. Izuku smiled softly. Thanks. Only the staff really know. It'd be nice to tell someone else. Well, I'm here. Whenever you're ready, Izuku. Hitoshi leaned back, giving his friend the space he needed. It's your quirk, you tell me in your own time. I guess I should start with the fact that I was quirkless until I was 10. Hitoshi was glad he put off drinking water, because he definitely would have choked. Somehow, Izuku had only had his quirk for 4 years and was already on par with most pros. That was hot impressive to say the least, but he knew Izuku didn't need compliments or complimentary. He just needed to talk with someone's presence. Life wasn't that great. I don't think I had a real conversation since I was diagnosed quirkless that didn't end in a snarky comment or a fist flying at me. Kaken, you know him as Bakugo. We were childhood friends, but he eventually became one of my biggest bullies. And I hoped that at least my mother would be there for me. But not so much. I was 10 years old when she finally had enough. I don't have a lot of memories of it, but she attacked me in my sleep, fatally enough that I stress manifested a quirk. Hitoshi didn't care in that moment. He saw Izuku's hands shaking and he wrapped those scarred, calloused hands in his own lithe ones. After that, I ran away from home. I don't even know if she survived. I was on the streets for almost a year, and it was during that time I met Dusk, he said with a sad smile, looking down at the sleeping cat in Hitoshi's lap. I was in this alley, under a doorway, in the pouring rain. I was half asleep and almost missed her, but she was there, hiding under some cardboard boxes with a massive gash in her belly. Hitoshi's eyes immediately flew to Dusk's stomach, his heart easing somewhat at the lack of wound. And then his mind whirled at the lack of any type of scar. How? After the USJ, a lot of you witnessed a vast amount of my quirk, but not a lot of people know everything. I don't know why, but I want to tell you. The official name of my quirk is Shadow States. It allows me to manipulate shadows and transform them into a solid, liquid, and gaseous state. Hitoshi nodded slowly. He'd witnessed that firsthand from his position on the plaza edge at the USA. The thing is, shadows aren't just what physics say they are. It's not just a blockage of light. There are, how do I put this, multiple forms of shadows. Hitoshi shuffled closer. Like what? Izuku sighed deeply and his hands shook more in Hitoshi's. He squeezed Izuku's hands gently and smiled as soft as he could. People think the culmination of our being is called the soul. It's a name that works, but to me, it's the darkness within us. And I don't mean like some moral darkness of good and evil, but literal darkness. No light gets in our bodies, and between all the organs and bones, the darkness fills the gaps. It's our being, our personality. It's as integral to our existence as the blood in our veins or the beating of our heart. And in times of great distress, I can access that darkness. How so? Hitoshi asked softly, gently brushing his fingers over one of the scars lining Izuku's hand. That night when I found Dusk, I couldn't stand to see her so hurt like that. This is just my theory, it's the only one that makes sense. I think I managed to manipulate the darkness within myself, my soul. I severed a piece of it and gave it to her. She was a normal Bengal cat before, but soon after she changed into how you see her. Part of me exists in her. She is a walking portion and vessel of my soul. Hitoshi looked down at the curled-up beauty in his lap, staring wide-eyed. Oh. Izuku, you're amazing. What? Seriously. I was such a dig that first day. I just assumed here you were, some prodigy who'd had the best life, with everything handed to him. But you've been through so fing much and you're still standing tall. You're fing amazing, Izuku. I'm not going to assume anything about your own emotions. I know how it is to assure other people but not take any of your own advice. But I'm still going to say it. You're incredible. You've been broken but came out so much stronger. I meant what I said before, you know. I'm glad to have known you. Izuku smiled through the tears threatening to run from his eyes. He pulled his hands away to wipe his eyes, and Hitoshi briefly missed the warmth. Thanks, Hitoshi. I'm glad to know you as well. And thanks for being here, listening. If you're free this weekend, a few of us are going to this cat cafe on Saturday. Would you want to come? Damn it, I wish I could but I'm busy, Izuku whined. Plus I think Dusk would kill me if I went to hang out with other cats. If she killed you, wouldn't she just die too? Let's never test that theory. Agreed, can't have you dying on me, Hitoshi joked. What are you up to on Saturday? Oh, I'm getting my provisional license. What? Hitoshi's shriek was enough to wake up Dusk, who gave him a withering glance before slinking over to Izuku and clambering up his arm till she could settle around his neck. Izuku thankfully just laughed, a warm soft laugh, and stroked her gently. Netsu has been putting pressure on the commission to let me take the exam since last year, and considering my actions at the USJ, they finally deemed me ready enough to take it. But considering I'm taking it at a time completely different to the rest of the hero schools, the commission have apparently created a specialized exam for me with Nedzu's help, but the goddamn stoat won't give me any hints. That would be cheating, pup, Nedzu's voice said over the intercom in the gym, startling Hitoshi but seemingly not even fazing Izuku. As if you wouldn't like it for me to mess up with a hero commission-designed operation. Silence, before the intercoms fired back up. Touché, pup, touché. Hey Izuku, thanks for trusting me with all this. I promise I'll keep it a secret, and if you ever want to do some quirk training or just hang out, I wouldn't mind. Plus, I'd get to keep seeing that queen. Now, Hitoshi, you're starting to make me think you only want me around because of Dusk. Well, she is part you technically. I just happen to love part of you, Hitoshi said, before his face turned beet red and he stood abruptly. Well, I should go. Good luck with your exam. Wait, Hitoshi. He dared to wait and suddenly Izuku was right in front of him, a pen in one hand, the other gently cradling his wrist. Hitoshi was silent as Izuku wrote something on his arm. My number. I'll text you if my exam wraps up early, maybe I can still come to the cafe. If the offer still stands. Of course. And really good luck. Knowing you, you probably don't need it. I'm glad one of us is confident. Hey, you'll do great. And if you get your license, I'll buy you coffee for a week. If anyone asked, Hitoshi would deny it, but the smile that broke out on Izuku's face warmed his soul. Or inner darkness apparently. Sounds like a deal. I definitely need to get my license now, you'll save me so much money. How much coffee do you drink? Hitoshi asked, but Izuku merely threw his scarf out into the cityscape and flew off. Izuku? Izuku, how much money are you going to make me spend? Katsuki did not make mistakes. Okay, granted he had made quite a few mistakes in his life, but ever since Suku had whipped it into his head that the pair of them were okay now, Katsuki had been on a new path. One that didn't involve mistakes. He was going to be the #1 hero, goddammit, and that meant no mistakes could be made. His life was planned down to a T. Wake up early to fit in time for his workout before heading to UA, study and train when he got home, relax for at least an hour and then in bed and asleep by 8:30 at the latest. Katsuki's routine was set in stone and he rarely ever broke from it unless it was drastically important like a broken bone or Zuku was having a nonverbal day. But lo and behold, Katsuki had somehow, against all odds, made a mistake by saying yes to raccoon eyes and shitty hair about spending his Saturday. And of course he couldn't use Zuku as excuse to get the two idiots to leave him alone. The DMN nerd was doing his provisional exam and wouldn't be free till tomorrow. And that's how Katsuki found himself with a twitching eye as Raccoon Eyes came out of the dressing room in yet another dress she wanted their opinion on. "Looking great, Mina," Kirishima cheered, throwing her a thumbs up. "Are you serious, shitty hair? Your eyes broken or something?" That color clearly clashes with her skin tone. Raccoon Eyes has cold undertones. She should go for the purple one before. "This neon green looks like frog legs threw up on you." "Abhubei, that's the closest thing to a compliment I ever heard from you. Any other ideas?" she asked, holding up the array of outfits she had yet to try on. Katsuki grumbled and snatched the pile from her, tossing aside ones he thought would be ill-fitting or not suitable for her complexion. The pair listened in as he mumbled under his breath about shoddy seam lines and scratchy fabrics, whittling the pile down to 2 skirts, a strappy top, and a pair of flared jeans. "Now go find some accessories, and no more of the neon crap. Go for silver and chrome, it'll suit you more." Raccoon Eyes just clapped and jumped before speeding off to explore the rest of the shop. Katsuki just stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed Shitty Hair, the designated bag holder of the trip. But somehow, the redhead still had that stupidly warm sunshine smile on the entire time, as if none of it weighed a thing to him. It probably didn't. Even Katsuki had been genuinely surprised at times with how strong Shitty Hair could be. And yeah, maybe there were certain times that he would definitely deny, where he wondered if the redhead could carry him. "You're pathetic," he told himself. The future #1 hero doesn't do feelings. All he had to focus on was his goal, and he couldn't let himself get distracted. He always told himself that, assured himself that he didn't need relationships or love. But deep within, Katsuki knew there was more to it. He was afraid. Afraid that if people could actually put up with his anger and rude remarks, that if he let his heart open and let his walls fall, they would still walk away. Leave him broken. But something about Kirishima, it made him want to tear down his walls anyway and let the redhead's sunshine in. "Okay, accessories secured, and I've paid, so let's go." Katsuki had been so lost in thought he almost jumped out of his skin when Raccoon Eyes suddenly appeared. No, he did not flinch, and no, he didn't enjoy the way Shitty Hair laughed deeply, like a rumbling in his chest that Katsuki could easily lose himself in. No, he definitely was not thinking that. He followed behind them with his usual scowl through the bustling crowds of the mall, the screaming of children doing nothing to sate his grated nerves. Katsuki had half a mind to just take his hearing aids out and be done with it, but a smaller part of him he often refused to listen to, wanted to keep hearing Shitty Hair talk. The only answer was that meathead had some sort of second quirk that made Katsuki think about him. A lot. Like at night, just when he was reading his romance novels and kept imagining the two of them as the main characters. Obviously it had to be some kind of quirk. "Oh shit," Raccoon Eyes yelped, her eyes fixed to her phone. "I was supposed to be home an hour ago. Thank F-, this place is too loud." And then he knew something was wrong when Raccoon Eyes grinned mischievously. "No need for that, Blasty, you two stay here. I know EI still wanted to find some new gym gear, and you're much better suited to helping him than me." "Mina, what gym gear?" Shitty Hair asked, but the girl was already waving and skipping away. The boy then turned and hit him with a sheepish sharky grin that did not make Katsuki's stomach flutter, not at all. "So, I don't actually need gym stuff, but there is a new arcade that opened up. Wanna go see who's better at DDR?" And finally, Katsuki thought this trip would be worth it. If he beat Shitty Hair to a pulp in each game, then maybe the idiot would stop making him feel things. An hour and a half later though, Katsuki was humbled. Shitty Hair had turned out to be a surprisingly good opponent in multiple games. They had drawn after 6 rounds of DDR, and while Katsuki absolutely aced the first-person shooter games, Shitty Hair had wiped the floor with him in Mario Kart. For once in his life, Bowser had failed him, and to make it worse, the red-haired idiot had repeatedly beaten him with a red shy guy. But despite it all, despite having had his pride thoroughly beaten, Katsuki had fun. The only person who he could truly compete with was Zuku, and after a while, Even that got boring because the fucker eventually figured out Katsuki's tactics and threw them back in his face with a cocky grin. But with Kirishima, it was different. Like he almost wanted to lose, just so he could see that soft smile the redhead allowed himself before immediately saying Katsuki should have won and that he only did it through some sort of fluke. As if any victory of his shouldn't be celebrated. And being the absolute gentleman that he is, despite how his old hag denies that's even possible, Katsuki even complimented the guy. Said his aim wasn't that shitty and he didn't SCK as much as expected. Practically lauding it onto the guy. It was already late afternoon when they decided to make their way out the arcade, not before Kirishima decided to stop at a claw machine. Katsuki grumbled and just leant against it, choosing to look at his phone instead. Until a plush of a bright red shark was placed on his screen. Katsuki was sort of stunned, just staring at the beady eyes of the adorable shark, with a toothy grin and an extra soft dorsal fin. Slowly, his eyes panned up to the awaiting look of the redhead. What's this? Katsuki asked, choosing to ignore the waver in his voice. Thank you. You could have left when Mina did, and I know you hate loud places, despite being the loudest person in the mall. So, thank you. It's whatever. Kirishima. And of course his heart fluttered when the idiot smiled like Katsuki had handed him the moon. Izuku paced back and forth, wearing holes into the floor of the waiting room. His provisional exam was to start in 15 minutes, but he had forced his pops to bring him an hour early, and he was now regretting this decision. Thousands of what-ifs were circling his mind as his hands continuously clenched and unclenched on the end of his capture scarf. And to make matters worse, he had been denied access to bring Dusk. Half of him wanted to abandon the exam and turn to villainy for the pure audacity the commission had for making him be apart from his baby. Sure, she was a diva, but he was the one with separation anxiety and all he wanted to do right now was throw up and then pet Dusk as her purring lulled him to sleep. His pops came over, dressed in his hero costume with his blonde hair gelled to the ceiling. The man opened his arms without a word and Izuku flung himself forward, burying himself in the familiar leather of Hisashi's jacket. He sighed softly when a hand begun carting through his curls and his pops begun humming a tone at a low frequency, feeling it in his bones. Izuku had learnt a while ago that his pops could alter not just the volume, but the pitch and frequency, sometimes even the resonance of his voice. And something about the low-frequency, high-resonance hum helped settle him more than any verbal reassurances could. If I dropped a smoke bomb and disappeared, do you think Dad would be mad? Izuku asked, his voice muffled through Hisashi's jacket. Definitely not mad, but he would be disappointed. Ugh, uncalled for, Izuku whined. What if I screw it all up, fail miserably or end up blowing something up? Then you will apply for it with the rest of first years, like anyone else your age, his pops assured. Look Aizu, we are so goddamn proud of you and the result of today will not change this. No one ever goes through life only experiencing success. Failure is important in helping us grow and it helps us appreciate the times we win so much more. But I believe in you kiddo, you're so smart and strong, your quirk control is the best it's ever been. If anything, I feel bad for the commission for having to create an entirely new test just for you. Last time they did that, it was for Hawks. Like that's not shady as hell, Izuku mumbled, making sure he couldn't be heard by the commission representatives walking through the area. He and Nedzu have had multiple conversations regarding the less than moral operations the commission had undertaken, the creation of Hawks included. Even fewer knew of who the man actually was, who the person Takami Kigo was. And Izuku was one of them thanks to a night of lots of coffee and unrestricted access to Nedzu's servers. How about this then, if you do well today we will defrost the last batch of Katsudon we have in the freezer that Katsuki made. His pops offered and Izuku would be lying if he said that didn't help incentivize him. And if I fail? In the very unlikely chance of that happening, we can still have Katsudon. The time had come. He was sat alone in a vast hall, on a single chair before a stage. Izuku was absent-mindedly playing with his capture scarf when a very tired-looking man walked onto the stage and situated himself behind the podium. Of course I had to do this today, there's never enough people in the commission, let's get this over with so I can sleep, he began, before finally looking up at the room. HM. So just one of you. Hopefully this will go quicker. I am Yakumaru Mera, and I will be overseeing your exam today. Apparently, today's exam has been adjusted due to special circumstances. Rather than the usual free-for-all, the first portion involves this. A screen lit up behind the commission member and Izuku raised a brow as the phrase, "Scavenger Hunt," appeared. In a post-villain battle cityscape, a number of flags have been hidden among the debris. They are a variety of colors depending on their point worth. Red flags are worth 10 points, yellow flags are worth 20 points, and green flags are worth finally, black flags are worth 150 points, but there are only 3 of them throughout city. To pass, you must acquire 500 points minimum. But what is this? Yakumaru said boredly, as a bright flashing danger appeared on the screen. It seems the villains have escaped custody and are still rampaging in the city. They will attempt to deter you from your objective. Securing the villains will bring you no points, however. The man walked off the stage and towards the exit, leaving without another word. A few moments passed before Izuku was about to look for someone or even something, when the entire room began to shake. He shot up, grabbing his bow staff and extending it, his eyes whirling around. And then the walls fell away and Izuku was swept up in the acrid scent of smoke. Around him buildings groaned under their collapsing structures and fires roared in rubble pits. It seems the exam had begun. Izuku ran forward, steadying his breath and hurling his capture scarf out. The fabric soared through the air and wrapped around a still-standing lamppost. With a tug, Izuku flew up and at the apex of his arc, he flung out the other end to attach to another. The burning in his arms was a familiar comfort as he swung over the ruined roads, saving so much time from having to traverse it by foot. His eyes zeroed in on a spot of green to his right and he head whipped around to catch sight of the gently billowing flag, small enough he could stuff it into one of the pouches of his utility belt. Izuku adjusted the course of his descent and rolled as he came into contact with the ground, letting the impact radiate evenly throughout his body. He snatched up the flag from its spot wedged between chunks of rubble. And then the ground ahead of him exploded in a burst of explosive sparkles. If it isn't my favorite Kohai FING sheet. Of course. If she's here, the others definitely are too. His questions were answered when a massive squid tentacle came flying from behind and Izuku had to leap over it to narrowly avoid another injury to his spine. Before he could think about another move, something grabbed his ankle and Izuku groaned as a smiling face appeared in the ground. The villains who had destroyed the city, the ones whose sole focus was to deter him from winning, were the big 3 of UA. If you stopped being so foolish and used your fire, you wouldn't be here right now. Just like Tuya, all that woman could ever do was birth disappointment after disappointment, you still cling to the ice after what she did to you. Pathetic. You could be so powerful, Shoto, but you chose to be weak, to be lesser. To be absolutely worthless, NG Todoroki raged. Because he wasn't his father, he wasn't the number 2 pro hero. To Shoto, the man was just someone he shared a name with. We continue tomorrow morning. Hopefully you'll learn to act like you're supposed to by then. He stormed out of the room and Shoto finally took a deep breath despite how it made his ribs ache and agonized the gums of his now missing canine. The man had been extra severe in training since the USJ. Once he had learnt the details of it, the man was furious to learn Shoto hadn't been the one to defeat the creature that was made to kill All Might. NG had said it would have been the perfect lesson for Shoto. Nothing could withstand an onslaught of fire from the Todoroki family. Thankfully, he had been practicing hiding his injuries since his quirk came in and Tuya had. It took probably 5 minutes but felt like an eternity before Shoto was able to push himself up onto his knees, his eyes only seeing a blur. He flinched instinctively when something touched his cheek but relaxed at the cooling touch and knew who it was. Even through his blurred vision, he could make out Fuyumi's worried face. Her words were just ringing in his ear but he could probably guess what she was saying, something along the lines of, "How could he?" or, "I'll talk to him," not that NG ever listened to any one of them. Natsuo had long given up, opting to stay at his university dorms and only stay over when NG was away on overnight missions. Shoto found more respite in his training at school, feeling relaxed for once until it all came crashing down when he entered the Todoroki residence each night. Fuyumi still stayed, and as always, Shoto wondered how much worse off he'd be if she had moved out. Shoto loved Natsuo, his brother was amazing, but even he knew Natsuo saw their father in him. His older brother was always like their mother. Shoto weakly steadied himself as Fuyumi helped him to stand, his vision slowly becoming more regular and the ringing subsided. She used one arm to support him around his back and the other was frosty along her palm, pressed gently against his ribs. It was the best they could do until Natsuo came over tomorrow. Enji would be away for 3 nights and Natsuo's nursing degree was going well enough that he could tend to Shoto's wounds now. Not that it made it any to deal with for any of the Todoroki siblings. It was those times when the 3 of them were together, as depressing as the circumstances were, that Shoto's mind moved to Tuya. He wouldn't tell anyone in his family, not with how taboo of a subject he was, but Shoto missed his eldest brother terribly. Before it all happened before. The quirks came in and when Enji wasn't as obsessive as he was now, Shoto remembers a few months. Months of pure delight and happiness that he clung onto desperately. Moments of Tuya showing him small fire displays of glistening azure light. His mother and Fuyumi making snowmen in summer. Natsuo turning their drinks to slushies with a single touch. But then Enji had started coming under fire from the reporters, comparing him to the great symbol of peace. And when the man had realized Tuya's flames were blue for their power and not some simple mutation, the torture training had begun. "How are your classmates?" Fuyumi asked as she helped him out his bloody burnt t-shirt, opening the cap of the burn salve. "Fine. Any friends?" "Fuyumi," he begun, but she didn't relent. "He doesn't have eyes everywhere, Shoto. What's the worst that could happen from opening up? They'd only want to be my friend because of him. Just like always, people only care about him." "Really? There's not a single person in your class that you think like you for you." Shoto was silent as cool hands applied salve to his burns. Before Enji had begun homeschooling him, back when he still went to a school, Shoto remembered people only wanting to be close to him to learn facts about what the man was like at home, what his quarrel was like, what his favorite food was. Not a single question about him. No one saw Shoto, they saw a Todoroki. And then on the first day at UA, one of the people in his class had come up to him and just blabbered away. Shoto still didn't know the boy's name, but he did hear the boy talk about how interesting he found Shoto's hair, and that he noticed one of the books peeking from his school bag. Apparently the boy had been reading the same series, and Shoto didn't have the heart care enough to say he had grabbed it by mistake and that it was his sister's. The boy had continued talking until one of the girls in the class dragged him away, and Shoto was stuck with the need to ask the boy if the lightning bolt design in his hair was natural or not. There may be one. Hitoshi was in heaven. Kill him now and he'd be happy. A tabby was situated to his left while a tortoiseshell was purring away on his lap. Uraraka was busy cooing at a white cat while Ida was sat rigidly, his eyes peering up the black cat on his head staring right back at him. They'd been there for 15 minutes and finally their orders came. Uraraka had gone for a matcha tea with some red bean taiyaki, Ida had gone for his favorite orange juice while Hitoshi had got a coffee, and the boys were sharing a platter of onigiri. When they had paid for their time at the cat cafe, Hitoshi and Uraraka both went speechless for a moment when they saw the amount of cash their friend just had in his wallet, but apparently Uraraka had no tact, because they had not even taken a bite of their food when she piped up. "So, Ida, you're rich, right?" Ida choked on his orange juice and after a few pats on the back from Hitoshi, he managed to meet Uraraka's grin with a nervous smile. You could say so. I come from a hero family after all." "No Shitu." He heard Ida mutter a small, languid Shinsou, but it was quelled under a new look on their friend's face. "My older brother Tensei is the turbo hero, Ingenium. He's my idol and inspiration, always saving those in need no matter who they are and donating majority of his salary to various charities." "Guessing he's the reason you're becoming a hero too?" Hitoshi asked. "Yes, even before my quirk came in I always wanted to be just like my brother." "What about the two of you? What led you both to heroism?" "Well, money," Uraraka admitted. "But not like how you're thinking. My parents, they run this construction company and we're not, too well to do. Things are quite tight and no matter how much I offer to help them out on the site, They always say no and tell me to pursue my dreams. It's so sweet of them, so I'm becoming a hero for them, so they will never have to work ever again. And that's real noble of you, Hitoshi said, rubbing his neck sheepishly. I did it out of spite. How so? Ida asked, completely innocent, but Hitoshi shut down. He knew these two were friends, they'd been so kind and understanding, and even he had heard Ida mutter a rather rude comment about Tail Boy, but the fear was still there. But there was no time like the present to tell them, and maybe some good could come from it. When my quirk came in, I wasn't really accepted anymore. Not many people liked the idea that I could just take control of them. Insults were the lightest thing, and then my bio parents kind of walked out. It was all pretty shitty, but at some point, I just couldn't stand people calling me a villain all the time, so I thought, why not be a hero and prove them wrong? Hitoshi had spoken so casually that when he went to take a sip of his coffee, he was surprised when Uraraka laid a hand on his. He looked at her and raised a brow, but was further surprised by the look of worry and shock on the two's faces. What? Shinsou, are you doing okay? She asked gently. That's a lot. I do not condone violence, but anyone who has said such things to you they are simply idiots. I for one believe you will make a fine hero. What he said. If anyone else says anything, I'll beach slap them, quirk active and all, send them to space. It's really not necessary, guys, Hitoshi said sheepishly. It's all died down a bit since I started UA. Shinsou, can I ask where you are staying? Ida asked. You mentioned that your biological sperm and egg donors left. He couldn't help in the snort. You can say parents, Ida, they're DS, but I don't care enough about them to not say the word. To answer, I'm part of the system. Been with the current fosters since a month or so before the entrance exams. Are they okay? Uraraka asked. They're better than the other places. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't press, and he was grateful for it. Shinsou, if you ever need it, you may come over to my family's home, Ida declared, a hand on his chest. You too, Uraraka. My brother has mentioned wanting to meet you too. You talked to him about us? Hitoshi asked. Of course, you're both my, first friends. I was excited, Ida said nervously. Hitoshi smiled and bumped the other boy's shoulder. Hey, don't worry, I'm in the same boat as you. And thank you, the offer means a lot to me. Wait, Ida, do you live in a mansion? Uraraka screamed, garnering stares from others in the cafe. Hitoshi was glad he had these two. Izuku had approximately 10 seconds to think of a plan before one of them found him. A quick shadow whip to Mirio's face had made his friend sneeze, and Izuku had escaped from his grip. But he could hear the telltale giggling of an incoming Hato, and while her quirk wasn't exactly fast, it did make her more mobile, which meant dodging and weaving throughout alleyways wouldn't give him the edge he was hoping for. Thankfully, his scarf had not stopped moving once in his escape, snatching out and grabbing any flag he had passed. He had barely any time to think of how many points he had, focusing on just grabbing flags and running as fast as he could. A quick glance around still told him there was too much light for Plan A to work, and the space was too small for Plan B. Plan C it was. A flapping of wings from above was the only warning. He had to dive forward before Tamaki came crashing down to the ground, raptor-like chicken feet digging into the concrete. He had no time to awe over how cool his friend's quirk was before the wings shed their feathers and suckers grew out of Tamaki's skin, thick muscular tentacles now heading toward him. While it may have been too bright for his initial plan, that didn't mean there wasn't enough shadows for him to work with. It helped his parents had forced him to learn to fight only using his shadow. A thin vine of darkness shot out to meet the oncoming tentacle head-on, the two colliding in a massive clash. Before Tamaki could react, however, Izuku allowed thin stems to branch off the vine, slowly surrounding the pink tentacle. Izuku whipped at his strand and the motion traveled along the vine, continuing through to Tamaki's tentacle. The older boy hadn't expected the move and was caught up with the motion enough to make him fall. Izuku wasted no time in dropping the darkness and letting his shadow return to him before turning tail and running. He could feel darkness being stripped bare by sparkles behind him and hear the beating of wings, but as always, Mirio had gone undetected. Plan C weighed on the fact that Mirio would appear. He needed his shadow. It also relied slightly more on a new move that Izuku had yet to master, but if he could get stressed enough to manifest a quirk, maybe he could get stressed enough for this to work. Maybe he should start working on a plan D. Izuku was weaving between alleys when he broke out into a large plaza that had somehow been free from attacks and stood tall. The whole place reeked of suspicion to him with its perfect structure, and his suspicions were confirmed when the person he'd been looking for begun rising out of the fountain in the center of the plaza. Well. If it isn't Nyx himself. Ding hero name and all. He's in character. Izuku tightened his grip on his staff and kept an ear out for the other two. And it dawned on him. The plaza with its open layout and sun shining high in the sky had blanketed the area in light, with the barest amount of shadows around. And Mirio was in the fountain, in water. Concepts of light got tricky when water was involved. They had read him like a FANG book. It's okay, chill Izuku. Put plan C on the back burner for now. Time for plan D, improvise. He breathed deeply and steadied himself. It was time to put his dad's training to the test. He was the son of the greatest pro-hero quirkless fighter. He had a reputation to uphold, goddammit. Not wasting any more time, Izuku sprang forward, darting across the plaza. Mirio grinned a wicked smile and dropped back into the ground. Izuku did not falter in his steps once. His friends may have anticipated his movements, but he was the one who had helped Mirio ace his impermeation. Sure, Sir Night Eye helped partly, but it was the hours spent together in one of UA's gyms with Izuku's notebook that had gotten Mirio in his spot of the big three. And it was time for him to use all he knew about the trio against them. Maybe he had adopted part of his dad's more sadistic side, but he had his pop's smile, so it balanced out. What very few people were aware of was that the area Mirio was about to appear from always had two signs. First was the gentlest of rumbling, and the second was the barest of vibration in the exact spot. Not many would pick up on it, but 10 years of tracking Bully's movements and 3 years being taught by his dad had made his situational awareness what it was. So Izuku was prepared when the spot where his foot would land next begun to gently ripple, and he felt the gentlest shaking under his boot. So he instead rammed his staff down onto the spot just as a palm came up. Using it to his advantage, Izuku used his staff as a vaulting stick, leaping across the circumference of Mirio's reach, and then tugged hard on the staff. Mirio came out of the ground with a surprised look, but Izuku grinned, having merely used Mirio's own momentum against him. Izuku continued his movement, and with Mirio's tight grip, the blonde flew in an arc and slammed into the ground. And then Izuku's eyes locked onto the piece of flapping fabric tied around Mirio's neck. A black flag. 3 black flags. 3 villains. Of FING course. He snatched out a hand to grab it, but Mirio grabbed his wrist and tugged, bringing Izuku sprawling to the ground. Mirio wasted no time in grabbing Izuku's arms and wrenching them behind his back. Izuku thrashed, but Mirio only tightened his grip, and he could feel the burning strain in his shoulder socket. He took a mere second to think, and in that time, the other 2 villains had managed to arrive in the plaza. But all he could do was grin. It meant more shadows. Mirio turned to address the others when a massive chunk of crystal grew out of his own shadow and punted him in the back. The shock was enough for his grip to loosen and for Izuku to slip his hands from Mirio. He hurriedly rolled onto his back and kicked with both his feet into Mirio's chest. He mentally apologized as Mirio's back collided with the crystal much harder this timer, but Izuku still had a goal in mind. He didn't relent and swung his leg out, catching the blonde across the chin in his disoriented state. Izuku tried to grab the flag, but he should have kicked harder because Mirio had recovered enough that Izuku's hands sailed through the blonde's neck and ended up slamming into his own crystal. Izuku wrenched his hand back and grabbed his fallen staff, hurriedly whacking away an oncoming tentacle. The next few minutes were a mess of flipping, dodging, and weaving around blasts of sparkling waves, thrashing, tentacles, and a disappearing fool. All throughout it all though, he planned, he thought, he analyzed. Hato's quirk relied on her vitality, Tamaki's on the food he's eaten, and Mirio had to always have 1 foot solid, or he'd phase through the ground. Wave spirals getting closer together, around 65% vitality levels left. Only chicken and squid have been seen. Tamaki's limit is 5, 3 unknowns. Don't engage in close combat, Claw crab punches are lethal. Mirio isn't yet suffering from quirk exhaustion, we'll have to take him closer to the edge. It was times like this that he really missed Dusk, but he knew he couldn't rely on her. But just her presence would help. And then he felt it. Even miles away where Dad was looking after her, she had felt his worries and sent a soul-deep reassurance to him. He had to clear his head. Clearly, getting any more of the other flags would be impossible, the 3 villains on his tail. So it seemed the black flags were his only option. And he knew who his first target would be. It was time to stop evading, stop playing the mouse to their cat. Nezu had always told him that he was hiding. He was a lion running from the gazelles, and it was time he stopped running and begun hunting. It was time to make his pride proud. Izuku flipped up and balanced on one foot atop the spout of the fountain in the plaza, his eyes darting between Hato from his left, Mirio coming straight forward, and Tamaki to his right. Izuku breathed, urging himself to remain calm before he leapt up and swung his staff just as Hato was about to crash into him. Instead, he managed to land on her back while she was mid-flight, and he hurriedly interlocked his legs over her waist and holding his staff in front of her neck. Izuku pulled back on either end of staff until he started to hear her cough and splutter, and the control of her wave motion grew more erratic. With a light tug on the left end of the staff, Izuku sent Hato in the direction of Tamaki, attacking the boy with a full-on assault of her quirk. Before she could recover, Izuku hurriedly snatched a finger off her shadow's figure and mentally thinned it into a fabric-like material. He released his staff, and in her moment of disorientation, Izuku yanked the scarf that was tucked into the pockets of her suit and replaced it with his shadow flag. The exam flags were a dull faded black while his was glossy and had a light sheen, but in the heat of battle, Izuku hoped no one picked up on it. He loosened his legs and fell to the ground, rolling to absorb the impact and instantly getting back to his feet. 2 of them were at least distracted, but now he had Mirio's full attention on him. Time to get into his territory. Izuku dashed to the nearest alley, Mirio hot on his tail. He had to optimize mobility over combat, so he collapsed his staff to the central pipe and holstered it to his back. Once he reached the mouth of the alley, Izuku planted his foot against the wall and kicked off, repeating the action with the other wall as he slowly ascended the alleyway. Once he was near the top, he threw out his capture scarf to latch onto an air conditioning vent hanging over the roof edge. He landed on the roof and wasted no time in assessing the alley. He had chosen one of the better ones from the choices leading off the plaza. Situated between 2 of the taller buildings, the alley was thin and incredibly dark, just what he needed. With a deep breath, Izuku gritted his teeth and reached out the familiar shadows bathing the alleys and threw his hands into the air. Crystalline shards began shooting out of the ground and walls, piercing through stone with ease until the entire alley became a decrepit maze of jagged darkened crystal. He knew Mirio could get through it with ease. And that was the point. Izuku had ensured to level the playing field, and now he had no need to be acutely aware of incoming attacks. Crystal vibrations were easy enough for him to pick up. So Izuku took a step off the roof and easily hopped across the interlocking shards until he was stood in the middle of the alley before he froze. Something was interacting with the crystals, and he recognized it. It wasn't Mirio or Hato, but rather something hard and callous smashing into the base of his structure. Izuku was right, Tamaki had crabs as one of his manifest options. Despite his earlier reluctance to receive a pincer to the gut or a clam shell to the head, the time was coming closer to finishing, and he still wasn't sure if he had enough flags. But if he managed to get another black one, his chances weren't perfect, but they would be better. So with that in mind, Izuku hopped across the crystal structure toward the mouth of the alley, where the tremors were emanating from. Daring to stand atop the weakest crystals, he peeked over the edge and saw Tamaki's white hood as he battered the base with his crustacean manifest. Hato wasn't in sight, but now that she had his flag, he could keep a mental eye on her as she ran over, too drained of vitality to keep flying. Mirio, however, was the continuous anomaly, flying under the radar of Izuku's senses. Izuku pushed the blonde to the back of his mind and focused on Tamaki, unable to catch a trace of the black flag from where he was positioned. There was no choice but to immobilize Tamaki. He was their most versatile fighter. At least he had an arsenal he was standing on. Before Tamaki's next strike could land on the crystals, Izuku stepped back onto the roof and turned the entire structure into goo with a flick of his hand. He could practically see Tamaki's shock as his hand sunk into the black ooze as he fell forward with his momentum and almost landed face first into the developing pool of liquid shadow had Izuku not dropped down from the roof into the part of the pool right in front of Tamaki. Wasting no time, he shot his hands forward and waves of the shadow surged forward, slamming Tamaki back into the plaza. Izuku twisted his wrists and the shadows whirled around his waist, and with a sway of his arms, he traveled forward, chasing after his enemy. He threw his arms out and the waves crashed onto Tamaki, drowning him in shadows. Stray feathers and tips of tentacles broached through the surface, but Izuku never relented. Heist's arms swayed and his fingers curled as the mass of liquid of shadow was raised into the air, a swirling orb containing Tamaki. He could feel his friends struggling against the ferocious waves of darkness trapping him, and it was only when he sensed the stray part of fabric writhing about around Tamaki's ankle did Izuku drag the boy forward. Only letting Tamaki's right leg out, Izuku hurriedly snatched the flag of his ankle, and no sooner did the intercom blare over the arena. "Congratulations, Izuku Yamazawa, you have completed the first round of the provisional license exam," Yukumaru's tired voice rang out. Izuku released his hold on the shadows and the world around him became exponentially brighter, making him wince somewhat. He stared at his hands and grinned, only his nails had turned a pale gray, his limit was getting better. Izuku carefully approached the fading puddles of darkness to where Tamaki was laying staring at the sun. "That was a lot of fun," he said, offering the other a hand up. Tamaki willed his crab claws to return to normal and he took Izuku's hand. "Congratulations. You did really good, I could barely keep up. And all the cameras, too many people watching. Even thinking they're potatoes doesn't help. I just want to go home," the older boy mumbled. "Me too, I miss Dusk too much." "How is she?" Tamaki asked quietly, following Izuku through the cityscape toward the exit. Tamaki was one of the few people Dusk had come to tolerate. Not necessarily except like she had his parents, but something about his anxious disposition seemed to put her at ease. Also there was the time he accidentally inhaled some of her hair and had sprouted silvery ears and white blank eyes. She had immediately begun grooming Tamaki's hair, apparently still having some maternal instincts after her transformation. Part of Izuku wanted to sneak more cat hair into Tamaki's food, but he couldn't do that to the boy, no matter how funny Dusk's behavior would be. "She's doing good, just missing me as much as I miss her. You three should come over again sometime, it's been a while." "It's just, your parents are so scary." "Yeah, I know he has a reputation around school because of his expulsion rates, but my dad is a softie. I was talking about present Mike. He's so bright and loud and outgoing. He's like Mirio but cranked to level 10, Tamaki mumbled. "I could never be like that." "Tamaki, I've told you once and I will tell you again," Izuku said, grabbing his friend's shoulder and stopping him in the street. "Not every hero needs to save people with a wide smile and strong personality. Look at my dad, he's an underground hero with a permanent scowl and beach face for days. Yet he is thanked by every single person he's saved and has never been judged. My best friend swears more than 10 people combined and hates everything, yet he is determined to be in the #1 spot. You only have to be the hero that you want to be. You're too nice to me. I'm exactly as nice to you as you deserve, Tamaki. You're my friend and I'm always going to be here. Sometimes I think you eat too much calcium with how thick your skull is." Tamaki lightly chuckled and Izuku took that as a success, his second of the day. The two eventually found the entrance where Mirio and Heido were waiting. His two upperclassmen wasted no time in rushing toward him and hefting him into the ear, throwing him up and down. "Congratulations, Aizu." Mirio cheered. "One step closer to officially being Nyx." "Our Kohai is growing up," Heido cried, brushing away fake tears. Okay, thanks guys," he said between chuckles. "I can't believe you three were in on this. When the commission were at UA designing your exam with Nedzu, he made the recommendation of us three, and when we would ever turn down a chance to spar the analyst gremlin," Mirio said with a smile. "It was pretty fun all things considered. I don't suppose any of you know what my next round entails." Mirio and Hato mimed zipping their lips sheet while Taki just stared at the ground. Before he could pester them anymore, the exit doors opened with the commission representative stood behind them. You have a 20-minute break before the next part of the exam begins. Use your time wisely. He turned to the big three, assessing them tiredly. Present Mike has offered to take all of you back to UA with Yamazawa after his exam is complete. If you'd like to return earlier, let a representative know and we will provide travel. The tired man left and the three wished him luck before leaving Izuku with 20 minutes to wonder what the hell was going to come next.